The structuralist infrastructure. Cultural materialism acknowledges the importance of such emic and mental creations as ancestors, lineages, interest, rent, and profits in explaining specific events in history. That is what is meant by the existence of feedback between infrastructure and superstructure. But the structuralist Marxists have something else in view. For them, it is not a matter of feedback but of a lack of explicit criteria for what structural Marxism 229 constitutes infrastructure, and therefore of the option of popping any part of the social system in and out of infrastructure to suit their convenience. In Godelier's words, when Marx distinguished between infra and superstructure and proposed that the deep logic of evolution and history depends in the last analysis on the properties of their infrastructure, he did no more than point out that there is a hierarchy of functions and structural causalities, without in any way prejudging the type of social relations which take on these functions nor the number of functions that any structure can assume. Godelier, 1975:15. To quote Friedman again, 1975.198, a formerly superstructural element will become part of the relation of production. And to quote Maurice Bloch on Madagascar social organization in the same volume, for the Marina the kinship system is part of the superstructure, for the Zaffamaneri it is part of the infrastructure, Bloch, 1975:222. The principle enunciated here is the basic theoretical principle of eclecticism, whose theoretical consequences one shall elaborate in Chapter 10. Eclecticism propounded in the name of Karl Marx is still eclecticism. Every empirically valid grounding of structural and superstructural variables in the infrastructure, however tentative or incomplete, is an improvement over the permanent state of mystified ignorance inherent in the acceptance of any aspect of the relations of production or of religion as independent irreducible givens. By grounding religions of love and mercy, pig worship, pig hate, cow love, witchcraft, messianism, human sacrifice, big manship, dissent, polygyny, and so forth in the infrastructure, Harris, 1974-1977a and Chapter 4, cultural materialists do not suppose that all of the particularities of these phenomena as they occur in specific societies have been exhaustively explained. But these preliminary and tentative clarifications, whose value when compared with total obscurity seems indisputable, strongly suggest that the structural Marxists have made an opaque fetish out of the transparent limitations of their own epistemological and theoretical principles. Soft-core Marxism. To the extent that structural Marxists emphasize the importance of political economy in state-level societies, their analyses usually parallel cultural materialist analyses but are less complete in not offering an explanation of the origin of the political economic structures in terms of infrastructural processes. For example, in attempting to define what he calls the exact nature of the diversity and unity of the economic and social relations of the succession of Andean cultures, Maurice Godelier shows that similar religious ideologies and rituals fulfill different functions in relation to different political systems. Thus in pre-Inca times, religious ideas and practices associated with chiefdoms enhanced the voluntary cooperation of egalitarian producers. After the Inca conquest, the same rituals and ideas were harnessed to a pattern of centrally administered exploitation and used as the basis of recruiting corvée labor. Finally, after the Spanish conquest, new rituals and beliefs, the fiesta and cargo systems, were introduced in order to adjust the pattern of exploitation in a form consistent with Catholic ideology. The economy of prestige and the competition for cargoes took root and was tolerated by the dominant Spanish because it was already justified by their own political and Catholic ideology. Godelier, 1974:71. None of these conclusions are incompatible with, and several are prefigured in, my own analysis of the fiesta and cargo system, Harris, 1964a. Godelier's explanation is more restricted, however, for it fails to explain why the cargo fiesta system was not a universal feature of the exploitation of manpower in other parts of the New World, such as Brazil and the Caribbean, where Catholicism was no less the ideology of the dominant classes. Understanding of the different patterns of race relations and class exploitation in the New World begins with the association between African slave systems in the tropical and semi-tropical lowlands and hacienda serfdom in the highlands. This difference relates to the specific demographic, technological, economic, and environmental features of lowland and highland infrastructures at the time of contact. Ecological factors account for the different levels of socio-political development in Brazil and the Andes. From this we get the different size and quality of the indigenous labor forces in Peru and Brazil, and hence the importation of African slaves to work on cash crops in one case, and the use of corvée and hacienda peonage involving Amerindian workers on the other. CP 112, for the general place of such theories in the cultural materialist corpus. Thus Godeliers, 1974:67, conclusion that the mechanisms of competition and redistribution took a form corresponding to the Catholic ideology of the dominant classes and were expressed in a manner tolerated by them appears to be cogent only because it avoids the question of why the dominant Andean classes were restricted to a particular mode of exploit. 230. Taschen, namely, the hacienda system. Godelicker thus ends up emphasizing a causal relationship that is merely a feedback loop in a larger adaptive process whose very existence is obscured by the doctrine of the irreducibility of structure to infrastructure. Structural Marxists recurrently present narrow and unreduced versions of wider and infrastructurally grounded cultural materialist theories. Moreover, structural Marxists actually mimic the cultural materialist strategy, despite all antagonist pronouncements, whenever they get down to the question of the ultimate causes of different modes of production. Indeed, except for the rhetoric and opacity of the structuralist style, many structural Marxists reveal themselves as cultural materialist in spite of themselves. For example, Godelier's approach to the explanation of the Australian 8-section system, CP 84, does not stop with the less than earth-shaking discovery that kinship can function as relations of production. Godelier asks instead, under what conditions and for what reasons do certain social relations take on the function of relations of production and thereby control the reproduction of these relations, as well as the reproduction of all social relations. 1975, 14. In plainer English, what Godelier really wants to know is simply this: what are the causes of the specific features of Australian domestic and political organisation known as the section system? But that question is one that has already been asked and tentatively answered by cultural materialists. As I suggested in Chapter 4, a likely key to understanding Australian descent and marriage rules is to model them as on-the-ground marital exchanges between exemplars of 2 or 4 types of exogamous bands. The more arid the habitat, the more dispersed the bands, the more vital it becomes to establish multi-band networks. The advantages of crisscrossing the desert with all these lifelines of descent and affinity should be apparent from our earlier discussion of band ecology. In fact, the section system seems to have been so highly adaptive for the Australians that some of them, especially in the most arid and most sparsely settled areas, went ahead to double the number of types of clans from 2 to 4 and the number of sections from 4 to 8. Harris, 19718:340. What are we to make, therefore, of Godelier's breathless discovery? Given the level of productive forces and the nature of the techniques of production in the widest sense of the term, the more arid the ecological environment, the more the local groups, the hordes, consisting of several. Structural Marxism 231. Related nuclear families, must move over an ever wider area, leaving the individuals separated one from another by ever greater distances for ever longer periods of time. 1975:9. Godelier, 1977:52 feet, also is a latecomer in analyzing the functional fit between beauty domestic economy and their forest-adapted hunter-gatherer infrastructure. He sees 3 internal constraints on the beauty mode of production. A dispersion constraint controlling the spacing and size of bands. 2. A cooperation constraint controlling the age-sex composition of the hunting groups using nets. 3. A fluidity constraint preventing the formation of lineages and requiring fluid band membership. Godlier has discovered that these principles can be used to explain the idea of distinct territories, the non-existence of exclusive rights of bands to their territory, the emphasis in the kin terminology on generation and sex differences, certain ritual performances, and other structural and superstructural features. This discovery, however, merely paraphrases the modern consensus of cultural materialists and cultural ecologists concerning the most characteristic form of the domestic and political arrangements among hunter-gatherer bands, see Chapter 4. One reads with astonishment Godlier's boast that 232. This method of carrying out a structural analysis within a Marxist framework, as distinct from ordinary cultural materialism, ordinary equals vulgar or some people's so-called Marxism, does not reduce the various instances of society to economics, nor does it represent economics as the only true reality, whereby all other features reflect differing and phantasmic effects. Ibid 5:556. In seeking an infrastructural explanation for the structural constraints falsely identified by Godlier as distinctive products of his own analysis, cultural materialists have no intention of representing economics as the only true reality. Rather, the intention is to get beyond the more general similarities of hunter-gatherer social life to the specificities of particular hunter-gatherer adaptations. For example, 1. Structural Marxism 233 has sketched in a plausible functional relationship between beauty band organization and the structured constraints / there remains the problem, completely overlooked by Godlier, that the beauty have two very different forms of social organization, one associated with the net hunters, which he analyzes, and the other associated with boandero hunting, which he does not mention. Large cooperative bands characterize the net hunters only, while the archers are characterized by independent nuclear families. William Abruzzi, 1979, surely does not make economics the only true reality when he shows that the variant forms reflect different population densities, which are in turn expressions of differential exposures to the encroachment of sedentary horticulturalists, who are symbiotically related to the archers but not to the net hunters during part of the year. Nor do I represent economics as the only true reality when, going beyond Godlier, I insist on asking why the Australian Aborigines alone among band-level hunter-gatherers elaborated their system of marital exchanges, or at least the ideology of such exchanges, into the specific form of sections and subsections. In conformity with the strategy of cultural materialism, I hold that it is reasonable to believe that a higher degree of causal specificity will eventually be uncovered through a more sophisticated diachronic analysis of the demographic, technological, economic, and environmental components of Australian native societies. Perhaps such a solution will start with the observation that warfare in native Australia seems to have been unusually intense for bands of hunter-collectors. Why was this the case? Perhaps, as I have suggested in Chapter 4, it has something to do with the continent-wide absence of large placental mammals. Or perhaps the solution lies in some as yet unknown aspect of the other biotic specialties in which Australia abounds. I cannot believe that to be a Marxist one must terminate the study of the causal contribution of these additional aspects of the cultural materialist infrastructure on a priori grounds. Yet as Marx himself once said, if that is Marxism, then I am not a Marxist. Solons and the Substantivist Formalist Debate. In his book Stone Age Economics, Marshall Solons, now of the University of Chicago, thanks Claude L. 6 Strauss for providing him with an office during the period from 1967 to 1969 at the Collège de France in Paris, and notes that he would find it difficult to reciprocate the courtesy and generosity that went with it. Levi Strauss must surely also find it difficult to reciprocate a different aspect of the exchange. For in partially converting Solons to structuralism, Levi Strauss gained a formidable American spokesman whose early work provided a model for much cultural materialist research. Solons's interest in structuralism and his affinity with structural Marxism took shape during what has come to be known as the Substantivist Formalist Debate, Cook, 1974. This debate concerns the legitimacy of applying classical economic concepts derived from the observation of capitalist economic systems to the analysis of pre-state, primitive, societies. For Solons and other substantivist followers of Karl Polanyi, 1944, economy means the process by which society is materially provisioned, Solons, 1973:284, whereas for the formalists, the economy is a system for utilizing scarce means to maximize the satisfaction of wants. Once choice as to the utilization of scarce means is exercised, those wants which are deemed most satisfying or as having the highest marginal utility will be satisfied. Cook, 1966:335. Substantivists, like structural Marxists, insist that primitive economies are embedded in the social relations of kinship, while capitalist economics are embedded in a wholly different set of social relations. In capitalist societies, concepts such as economizing, allocation of scarce resources for maximum personal gain, capital, profit, rent, interest, wages, and so forth are appropriate analytic categories. But such concepts cannot be applied to societies in which the production, distribution, and consumption of goods are not embedded in social relations of private property and capitalist political economy. The penalty for doing so, according to Solons, is the making over of the world in the false, ethnocentric image of bourgeois businessmen. Broadly speaking, it is a choice between the perspective of business, for the formalist method must consider the primitive economies as underdeveloped versions of our own, and a culturalist i.e. substantivist study that as a matter of principle does honor to different societies for what they are. IQ 72:12. From a cultural materialist perspective, both the substantivists and the formalists are stuck in a single metaphysical tar pit. To assert that for substantivists the economy is the process by which society is materially provisioned, Solons, 1973:284, is meaningless unless one states how the categories of the process are to be identified in relation to 234. To mental and behavioral events and the native actors or observers' point of view. Similarly for the formalists, the central epistemological question is, ought to be, not whether economizing in terms of the maximizing of value can be used to explain non-capitalist behavior but whether economizing and value are judged by emic or etic standards. Thus Cook's definition of economy is no less operationally vague than Solons's definition. It is meaningless to urge the study of how wants whose satisfaction is deemed most satisfying are satisfied by scarce means. Ants whose wants? Deemed satisfying by whom? Scarce according to whose criteria of scarcity? Structural Marxism 235. The economy has no surplus. The basic substantivist position that economy is the process of material provisioning would make perfectly good sense if it were the etic and behavioral process of provisioning that one had in view. Unfortunately, the substantivists with whom Solons pitched his tent were idealists, relativists, and indeterminists. While it is true that they were interested in honoring cultural differences, they seemed to have an even greater interest in dishonoring the attempt to achieve a science of society. Their substantivism consisted of embedding economic process exclusively in the emic domains of social life. The devastation to which such a commitment inevitably would lead was evident in the substantive treatment of the concept of surplus. In defiance of the quintessential Marxist proposition that the expropriation of a surplus above subsistence constituted the basis for the evolution of social stratification, the substantivist Harry Pearson declared that the economy has no surplus. By this he meant that surplus, like all economic processes, had no empirical existence apart from the social system in which it was instituted. But since in Pearson's view, social systems involve Parsonian Weberian concepts of social action, the instituted entity the surplus above subsistence either existed in the minds of the actors, or it did not exist at all. Man, living in society, does not produce a surplus unless he names it such, and then its effect is given by the manner in which it is institutionalized. Pearson, 1957:325-326. In an article intended to rebut Pearson, one pointed out that surplus had to be measurable independently of whether the native participants thought that they had less than enough or thought they had more than enough, Because there could be no cross-cultural science of society without an independent measure of production. His Pearson's denial of the chronological and functional primacy of biological needs and of techno-environmental adaptation for the fulfillment of these needs is tantamount to a renunciation of the search for order among cross-cultural phenomena. This is so not merely because his criticism of the surplus theory cannot be sustained, but because the manner in which he has chosen to refute it inevitably leads to the conclusion that cultural phenomena are essentially the result of whimsical and capricious processes. Harris, 1959:188. Pearson claimed that society had the power to employ physical resources in ways which may be regarded as even more important than a given level of subsistence. This power, one wrote, was the power of choice, elevated to astonishing levels, capable of limitless selection and boundless creation under unknowable conditions locked within the secret confines of the collective or individual will. Harris, 1959:188. Obviously, Pearson's argument can be applied to any sector of culture. Therefore, an effective response to relativism and idealism, with their obfuscation of the material basis of exploitation, requires a reformulation of the entire set of epistemological assumptions, including those employed in the name of materialism, like Leslie W. H. Ite's insistence that culture is a realm of symbols. Hence, while others, notably G. Dalton, I. 960, 1963, S. Cook, 1966, M. Nash, 1967, and M. Solons, 1973, battled on about the possibility of applying classical economic categories to primitive societies, I tried to show that all problems of this sort could only be resolved by adopting an operational approach to socio-cultural definitions and by separating emic from etic operations. Harris, 1964. 236. Exploitation and substantivism. Solons' substantivism, consistently adhered to, leads to a sterile impasse of subjectivity in which the emics of mental and behavioral events dominate the etics of infrastructure. All the basic assertions of Marxism about the nature of objective historical processes are thereby rendered null and void. Consider, for example, what happens to the pivotal notion of class conflict and exploitation when the substantivist George Dalton decides to honor the idea of feudal rents and capitalist taxation. By following the line of reasoning about the non-existence of an objective economic surplus, Dalton quickly reaches the conclusion that neither classes nor the exploitation of one class by another has any objective existence apart from what people think, say, or imagine about the qualities of human relationships in their subjective experience. Marxists call the material transactions between lord and peasant exploitation. But it is impossible to make such a judgment objectively. Are present-day Americans, and Russians, exploited by definition because we are forced under threat of legal penalty to pay 1/3 of our income to federal, state, and local governments? I suggest that whether or not exploitation exists in such situations should be made to depend on the tax or tribute payer's subjective reactions. Dalton, 1972:407. How can structural Marxists admit that they are incurably relativist, Solons, 1973:280, and not accept Dalton's argument? And if they accept Dalton's argument that class exploitation has no objective existence outside the minds of people who think they are being exploited, how can they ever again lay claim to being Marxists? G. Frank, 1970. Of course there are precedents for relativism in Marxism. Lenin, Skelsam and Martel, 1963:158-160, and Engels, as quoted by Solons, 1973:280, postulate the existence of different laws of development for different cultural systems. This kind of relativism is rooted in Marx's critique of the classical economist's assertion that bourgeois economic behavior was inevitable, that the propensity to truck and barter, the maximization of private profits, the law of supply and demand, the distinction between rich and poor, the iron law of wages, the ineradicability of poverty, and so forth were part of human nature and therefore unmodifiable by culture. Hence, concluded Marx, each social formation operates according to different laws. In equating human nature with capitalism, classical economic theory was of course intolerably ethnocentric. One does not have to be a structural Marxist to recognize that fact. Indeed, the entire history of American anthropology in the first half of the century was dominated by the relativist mission of the Bayesian historical particularists, for whom there were no such things as universal socio-cultural laws or structural Marxism. 237-238. Human Nature, see pages 308 feet. W hat, then, is the way out of subjectivism and relativism. Only by recognizing the difference between emic and etic definitions of such concepts as exploitation and surplus can a demystified substantivist strategy avoid the sterile relativism of the Bayesian program. Dalton's, 1974:559, accusation that exploitation and surplus are prejudicial words used by some social scientists, perhaps unintentionally, to condemn only those systems of social stratification they dislike and disapprove of certainly cannot be answered by accusing him of creating theories to justify the advance of the enlightened at the expense of the wretched of the earth. Eric W. Wolf in Dalton, 1972:411. Dalton has challenged Marxists to come up with a cross-culturally valid definition of exploitation and surplus. They have failed utterly to comply. Neither dialectical materialists nor structural Marxists will ever be able to provide such definitions as long as they hold that Marx abolished the false dichotomy between ideal and material, O'Loughlin, 1975:343, and that structuralism transcends the need for the emic/etic distinction, Levi Strauss, 1972. Dalton asked a reasonable question: WHAT is exploitation? He received in return a political threat. If people like Dalton cannot decide what exploitation is or whether it exists or not, then it may very well be that it is theoreticians like Che Guevara and Mao Zedong who will have the last word in the debate. Newcomer and Rubinstein, 1975:338. If Marxists can only respond to the question WHAT is exploitation in this manner, then their Marxism isn't much of an answer to anything worth asking. Structural specifications. Solons has set himself the task of proving that in the band, village, and tribal societies studied by anthropologists, the etic behavioral infrastructure is determined by sociopolitical and ideological factors, rather than the other way around. Structure and superstructure specify what takes place in the infrastructure. I shall consider the structural specifications first. According to Solons, the intensity of production is such a specification. Newcomer, 1977, subsequently set forth a more serious but no less unsuccessful definition of exploitation. Structural Marxism 239. Quite generally among the tribal cultivators, the intensity of land use seems a specification of the social political organization. 1972:48, in any given cultural formation, pressure on land is not in the first instance a function of technology and resources, but rather of the producer's access to sufficient means of livelihood. The latter is clearly a specification of the cultural system relations of production and property, rules of land tenure, relations between local groups, and so forth. Ibid.149, that is to say, the society's economic destiny is played out in its relations of production, especially the political pressures that can be mounted on the household economy. Ibid 8z. Cultural materialists insist no less than structural Marxists that such specifications exist. But it is not part of the cultural materialist strategy to treat structural specifications, even etic structural specifications, as givens. We demand to know how they arise, and we expect to find the answers in the etic and behavioral infrastructure. Solons, like other structural Marxists, does not make such demands. Moreover, despite his inability to replace cultural materialist theories with better theories covering the same phenomena, he rejects the possibility that any kind of infrastructural causality will ever explain specific features of social relations of production. The underproduction fallacy. To prove his point that structure specifies or dominates infrastructure, Salins argues that there is no other way to explain the fact that primitive economies are chronically underproductive. The main run of them, agricultural as well as pre-agricultural, seem not to realize their own economic capacities. Labor power is underused, technological means are not fully engaged, natural resources are left untapped. 1972:41. This chronic underproduction is allegedly a function of the propensity of primitive peoples to adjust their labor intensity to the level of bare subsistence and their population to the level of minimum density and maximum dispersion. They have no propensity to increase their population, aggregate into larger groups, and increase their production. Thus one cannot really speak of economizing or of maximizing benefits over costs in the context of band and village societies. What kind of evidence does Salins have for proving that band and village societies are chronically underpopulated and underproductive? The evidence consists of estimates of the extent to which such societies fail to grow up to the limit set by the carrying capacities of their habitats. Salins cites figures that seem to show that the range of approach to carrying capacity varies from 7% among the Kuakuru of Amazonia to about 75% for among the Lala of Zambia. It would be interesting to go over each estimate in order to guarantee that they are based on similar assumptions and procedures. In the case of the Kuakuru, for example, the figure of 7% does not take into account the limited extent to which animal protein resources can be exploited in tropical forest habitats, cf. Gross, 1975, Ross, 1978. Other limiting factors, such as water, periodic drought, storms, epidemics, and so forth may also have been overlooked. Furthermore, in the primitive African societies in Salins' sample, restraints on production were byproducts of colonial taxation and labor migration politics, and restraints on population were associated with the legacy of slave raiding and colonial wars. But I do not intend to carry out a case-by-case examination of the evidence for underproduction in relation to carrying capacity. Rather, I simply want to deny that the cultural materialist strategy involves an assumption that human populations normally rise to any particular percentage of the absolute carrying capacity of their habitat. Salins is quite correct in insisting that carrying capacity for human populations can only be defined in terms of the conjunction of culture and nature. Carrying capacity for human populations is modifiable by the intensification of a given mode of production and by a shift from one mode of production to another. What cultural materialism asserts is this: the intensification of any given mode of production will eventually reach a point of diminishing returns, i.e., the producers will get less for the same or greater effort. Exceeding the point of diminishing returns inevitably leads to lowered life expectancy and standards of well-being and to irreversible resource depletions. Band and village societies ordinarily adjust their numbers and hence their demands on the production system below the point of diminishing returns. The situation in stratified societies, where political economic compulsion and exploitation are used to intensify production, is more complicated. However, state societies also cannot continue to intensify production in the face of diminishing returns, even if population is held constant, without increasing the risk of political chaos and military conquest by external enemies. 240. Structural Marxism 241. In the perspective of cultural materialism, underproduction cannot be said to exist merely because a population is stabilized below carrying capacity. Underproduction can be said to exist only when intensification has not yet reached the point of diminishing returns. Salins offers no evidence that any of the groups which he describes as underproductive could increase production without suffering diminishing returns. The underpopulation fallacy. According to Salins, 1972:131, each political organization harbors a coefficient of population density. Cultural materialism holds that each mode of production and reproduction as a conjunction harbors a coefficient of population density and a domestic as well as a political organization. Cultural materialism seeks to explain more with less. But there are also logical and substantive discrepancies. If structure specifies population density, how does it do it? According to Salins, structure limits population density through the social relations of the domestic mode of production. These social relations characteristically underuse labor, neglect resources, and fail to apply existing technology. But what has this to do with population density? Does the underuse of labor mean that coitus is restricted? Does the domestic mode of production involve a particular level of copulatory intensity? There is no evidence for such restraints, or at least no evidence that they are responsible for restricting population. Indeed, band and village women are physiologically capable of producing astronomical densities within a few generations, CP 68. Clearly, the production of children has to be controlled by practices that are not predictable from the social relations of production. The structure of Australian Aboriginal bands cannot explain their high rates of infanticide. Necessity in such matters arises not from the structure but from the Malthusian situation in which all life forms participate. The necessity to limit population is a necessity imposed by nature on infrastructure. It is not a whimsical invention of social relations. The regulation of population under paleotechnic conditions entails severe penalties. Social structure does not create these penalties, rather, social structure is an emanation of the systemic attempt to limit these penalties within the capacity of the processes of production. Hence the conjunction of these penalties and processes the cultural materialist infrastructure *242 determines the domestic and political structure, and not the other way around. Salins himself unwittingly contradicts the contention that structure is the decisive factor controlling population. He agrees that the non-sedentary patterns of hunter-collectors are determined by the diminishing returns that a local group confronts if it stays in one place too long, thus the first and decisive contingency of hunting-gathering, it requires movement to maintain production on advantageous terms, 1972-33. He also admits that the same avoidance of diminishing returns causes, his word, the low density of population through the practice of infanticide, senilicide, sexual continence for the duration of the nursing period, etc. practices for which many food-collecting peoples are well known. Indeed, his cultural materialist reasoning is exemplary. These tactics of demographic restraint again form part of a larger policy for counteracting diminishing returns in subsistence. Insofar as the people would keep the advantage in local production and maintain a certain physical and social stability, their Malthusian practices are just cruelly consistent. Modern hunters and gatherers, working their notably inferior environments, pass most of the year in very small groups widely spaced out. But rather than the sign of underproduction, the wages of poverty, this demographic pattern is better understood as the cost of living well, 1972-34, italics added. And yet a scant 8 pages further on in the same book, Salins announces that primitive economies are underproductive, the main run of them, agricultural as well as pre-agricultural, seem not to realize their own economic capacities, 1972:41. But why should they strive to reach their economic capacities if, as Salins admits, they must live less well in order to do so? What kind of economic capacity is that? The case of the sacred cow. Cultural restrictions on eating domesticated animals constitute an important testing ground of rival research strategies. Using the Hindu taboo on the slaughter of cattle and the Israelite taboo on pork, I have attempted to show that such restrictions usually originate as adaptive responses to infrastructural conditions and that they enhance the material well-being of the populations practicing them. Harris, 1966, 1971a, 1974a, 1974b, 1977b, Aitzey, 1974, Bennett, 1967, Dondekar, 1969, Heston, 1971, Raj, 1969, 1971, Rao, 1970. Structural Marxists have objected that these explanations are nothing more than trite functionalist just-so stories based on the fact that the observant populations did not become extinct. Like all cultural materialist explanations, the explanations in question are alleged to be vague concerning the specificities of cultural beliefs and practices. I have shown why it is possible to taboo beef or pork, but not why it is necessary to do so. In the words of Marshall Solins, 1973:287, proof that a certain trait or cultural arrangement has positive economic value is not an adequate explanation of its existence or even of its presence. The problematique of adaptive advantage does not specify a uniquely correct answer. As principle of causality in general and economic performance in particular, adaptive advantage is indeterminate, stipulating grossly what is impossible but rendering suitable anything that is possible. To say that a certain cultural trait is adaptive in the light of its economic virtues is only a weak kind of functionalism, accounting not for its existence but merely for its feasibility, and then not necessarily, as materially disadvantageous traits may also be feasible. This is echoed by Jonathan Friedman, 19743:538. It is dangerous to take as given the entire system within which the element cattle operates. Once one has described the actual state of affairs, it is tautological to say that a particular variable is adaptive simply because it has a necessary function in the total system. And re-echoed by Alexander Alland, 1975:67. While it is useful to employ explanations of this type, they are limited by all the restrictions noted for classical functional analysis. They provide good arguments for neither cause nor necessity. I shall now take up the theory of the origin of the Hindu taboos in some detail to refute these objections. I shall show that cultural materialism generates testable theories which not only supply negative constraints but positive determinants as well, specifying what had to be along with what could not be in a manner beyond the means of structural Marxist principles. In doing so, however, I do not propose structural Marxism 243. To capitulate to the proposal that infrastructural explanations must conform to the standards of 19th century concepts of causality, that is, I do not intend to meet the structuralist Marxist request for uniquely correct answers. Since uniquely correct answers cannot be attained even in the physical sciences, I see no reason why social science strategies must strive after such will-o'-the-wisps. Cultural materialism does not deal with unique specifications but with probabilistic causes. As one explained in Chapter 3, probabilistic causality exists whenever there is the expectation that theories can never be verified in 100% of all tests. Probabilistic theories are not falsified by negative instances as long as positive instances occur with greater than random frequencies. A probably correct answer as distinguished from a uniquely correct answer is an answer given by a theory of broader scope, wider applicability, and greater statistical validity than any of its rivals. Diamond Suit 244. Historical context of the controversy. When I set out in 1964 to show that the prevention of the development of a beef slaughter industry in India was vital to the best interest of millions of peasant families, a solid core of professionals held on the contrary that the cow slaughter ban was a primary cause of India's poverty and underdevelopment. The literature on the subject was filled with emphatic pronouncements. The slaughter ban and beef taboo compelled people to utilize other, scarcer foods of less value, gave rise to a cattle population, as many as one-half of which were surplus in relation to feed supply, useless from birth to death, superfluous, detrimental to the nation, more a liability than an asset, a great burden, plainly contrary to economic interest, and in competition with the human population for a scarce existence, all sources cited in Harris, 1966. I agree with Friedman that once one has described the actual state of affairs, it is tautological to say that a particular variable is adaptive simply because it has a necessary function. But one does not describe the actual state of affairs by waving a magic wand. Because of the predominance of idealist and eclectic strategies among Indianists, the actual state of affairs was and still is seriously misrepresented. I did not support my theories by invoking tautologies about adaptation but by citing empirical data on milk, meat, and dung production, on the importance of bullock traction to rainfall farmers on hard-packed soils. Structural Marxism 245. On the geographical distribution of cattle sex ratios, of urban milk specialties, of types of fodder, and of methods for culling herds, on the numbers of animals owned per farm unit, on the use of carrion and hides by untouchable castes, and on other material costs and benefits. When these factors are analyzed in an ecosystem context, most, if not all, of the allegedly useless and superfluous cows cease to exist. Many of my findings were corroborated by bioenergetic field research conducted by Stuart Adenthal in Singur, West Bengal. Singur cattle population appears to be efficient in supplying products of value based on the needs and priorities of the society involved. It is doubtful whether any substantial improvement in cattle productivity is possible without considerable sustained outside energetic inputs into the system. 1972:20. Subsequently, my own field studies indicate that within the overall restrictions of Hinduism, Indian farmers cull, select, and manage their bovine stock in a way that is highly responsive to such factors as human population density, size of holdings, rainfall and cropping patterns, soil quality, amount of irrigation, cost of fodder, and other etic conditions. Harris, 1977b. This kind of analysis is essential for an understanding of the possibilities for change in present-day rural India. The strategic importance of showing that in the present system relatively few of the cattle are actually useless lies in its relevance to the question of causality. If the ideological restrictions on the management of cattle are the cause of massive nutritional and energetic deficits, then it becomes rather ridiculous to suppose that the religious restrictions arose from practical, mundane, and adaptive processes. On the other hand, by demonstrating that the supposedly excess and underutilized cattle are in fact essential, useful, and adapted to local ecological conditions, one enhances the credibility of a materialist strategy. But such a demonstration was never intended to serve as the explanation of all features of the observed pattern of cattle use, nor was it intended to serve as a test of the prediction that the Hindu restrictions on cattle arose because they enhanced the energetic and nutritional well-being of the people who put them into practice. It is a cardinal principle of cultural materialism that such explanations cannot be given in a purely synchronic frame. The effort to show that the pig in Melanesia regulates population growth, warfare, and forest fallow intervals, Veda, Leeds and Smith, 1961, Rappaport, 1967, Harris, 1974, must be seen in the same Con 246. Text. In these cases, religiously inspired patterns of pig production and pig consumption lead to periodic slaughter of excess animals in large scale, apparently wasteful inter-village feasts. The synchronic ecological approach to these feasts showed that they are not merely extravaganzas compounded out of childlike whims, cravings, and superstitions, cf. Luzbitak, 1954, but valuable components in an intricate system by which the production and reproduction of animals, people, and plants are regulated, although not necessarily optimally controlled. Again, this demonstration merely removes obstacles that previously impeded the development of a nomothetic explanation of the Melanesian pig complex in terms of practical, mundane, and adaptive processes. But no one associated with the ecological interpretation of pig feasting in New Guinea has ever proposed that the origin of the system was determined by ecological relationships observed in the present. Cultural materialists insist upon the indispensability of diachronic processes for the explanation of existing systems. It is an infelicitous misrepresentation therefore, for structural Marxists to declare the synchronic cultural materialist approach to dietary taboos null and void because it provides a good argument for neither cause nor necessity, and because only the feasibility and not the necessity has been demonstrated. Political economy and the cow. According to Friedman, cultural materialists fail to see that even while keeping technology constant, a radical reorganization of the social structure in India, Friedman, 19743.458, could lead to more and better protein, including beef, for most people. Yet I have made it seem as if the improvement of protein supplies depends entirely on the ecology. In sum, although one might want to argue that the man-cattle relation in India is adaptive given the constraints of the socio-economic system, not discussed by Harris, who makes it all sound like a problem of ecology, of which it is a part. It is potentially disastrous not to talk about the system as a whole. Ibid. 458. *. This phrase does not do justice to the misrepresentations in the work of Diener and Rockin, 1978. Rebuking vulgar materialism, Friedman suggests that if the KTLE were freely, in the economic sense, mobile among individual plots, then there would be no need for the great numbers implied by holding such factors constant, 467-17. But I did not ignore the possibility of improving the standard of protein consumption by means of political economic restructuring. In fact, I made the very suggestions Friedman represents as his own. Sharing of draft animals on a cooperative basis might reduce the need for additional animals. The big farmer manages to cultivate with a pair of bullock a much larger area than the small cultivators. Harris, 1966:53. But the point of my analysis was not to show how improvements might be made, but simply to show that the negative effects of the Hindu religion on the management of the bovine stock had been grossly exaggerated. Hence one went on to observe that the failure to develop cooperative forms of ploughing can scarcely be traced to ahimsa, that is, to the Hindu doctrine of the sacredness of life. If anything, emphasis upon independent, family-sized farm units follows intensification of individual land tenure patterns and other property innovations deliberately encouraged by the British. Under existing property arrangements there is a perfectly good economic explanation of why bullocks are not shared among adjacent households. Harris, 1966:53. The point of my original article was that the role played by Hindu ideology was subordinate to the constraints imposed by ecological, political, economic, and other behavioral and etic conditions. The point was not to show that it was all a problem of ecology. One plainly indicated that there were etic politico-economic factors that had to be considered, but I did not attempt to weigh the politico-economic against the ecological factors, because to the best of my knowledge no one had ever claimed that the Hindu taboo on the consumption of beef had caused the development of private property in India. Moreover, while it is true that very substantial changes in the productivity and equity of Indian agriculture can be brought about by political economic restructuring, it is equally true that the existing fund of technology, depleted state of natural resources, and enormous population density must be taken into consideration no matter what kind of scheme for politico-economic restructuring is finally adopted. Structural Marxism 247-248. The origin of the sacred cow. Let us turn now to the question of why religions that rejected or restricted the consumption of animal flesh developed in India, and why cattle and not some other species came to stand at the center of these proscriptions. Alexander Alland has criticized the cultural materialist explanation of the beef taboo with arguments similar to his objections to the explanation of the pig taboo. Harris's etic explanations, which come from the imposition of an outside grid upon collected field data, tell us much about the adaptive nature of specific traits in terms of what our own science has taught us, but they tell us nothing about the culture in question as a culture. The method can be used to answer certain questions which fall into the realm of natural history, particularly whether or not a particular trait is adaptive, but it cannot provide us with a processual theory of human adaptation. 1974:68. Allen's confidence concerning the inability of cultural materialism to provide a processual theory of specific Indian Hindu cultural adaptations is based on his belief that the essential features of cow love were already present in ancient times under ecological conditions completely different from those which make the present-day restrictions adaptive. If one examines the situation historically, it will be seen that cow love is an ancient trait, linked to other ancient traits which developed under ecological and demographic conditions vastly different from those found in the present day. Cow love entered Indian culture when the Indian ecology was richer and less degraded than it is today. Ibid. But Allen did not examine the situation historically. True, cow love developed at a time when demographic conditions were vastly different from conditions today. But so were the specific features of cow love. The treatment of cattle was very different in Vedic times. It was not until the infrastructural conditions had changed to approximate those of modern times that the taboo on the slaughter of cattle and the consumption of beef began to be established. As in the Middle East, the intensification and succession of new modes of production altered the ecosystem, and with it, the entire structure of society. And the religions of India, like those of the Middle East and Europe, adapted to these changed conditions in precisely the manner predicted by cultural materialist principles. The facts are as follows. Cattle were already present in India in pre-Vedic times, 4000 BC to 2000 BC. They are found along with sheep and goats in the earliest known Neolithic sites in the Indus Valley. In Harappan times, 2500 BC, bulls are prominent in artwork and seals, Alchin and Alchin. 1968:114, 259. We know that the Harappans ate beef from the fact that charred cattle bones as well as half-burnt remnants of pigs and sheep have been found in and around the houses. Marshall, 1931, Volume 137. For the Vedic period, 2000 BC to 800 BC, however, there is the direct testimony of the Rig Veda and other texts. At this time oxen appeared to have been eaten freely. Even in late Vedic times, it was still customary to kill a big ox to feed a distinguished guest. Prakash, 1961:16. Cows were also eaten, but how often and under what circumstances remains to be clarified. The Rig Veda distinguishes between the sacrifice of barren or sterile cows and fertile ones, and the Atithagva implies that cows were slain for guests. Prakash, 1961:16. The Taittiriya Brahmana recommends 180 domestic animals to be sacrificed including horse, bulls, cows, goats. Mitra, 1881:9. Minutely detailed descriptions of what kind of cattle is to be used for what kinds of sacrifice and how it is to be killed and divided up parallel similar prescriptions in the Old Testament's Leviticus. The Gopada Brahmana of the Arthava Veda gives in detail the names of different individuals who are to receive shares of the meat for the parts they take in the ceremony. Ibid 22. The slaughter of cattle and the eating of meat in general became increasingly ritualized. A marked resemblance therefore exists between early Brahmanical meat-eating practices and the ethnographically known redistributive rituals of such African cattle keepers as the Kamilaroi, Dyson Hudson and Dyson Hudson, 1969, and the Pakwat, Schneider, 1957, who restrict the slaughter of animals to ritual exercises. The latter occur, however, with a frequency that corresponds to the maximum harvestability of the herds. According to the sutras, the Brahmins were in charge of sacrificing animals. Their role was thus analogous to that of the Druids in Europe and the Levites in Israel. Sacrifices were frequent and the animals were eaten, no doubt in redistributive feasts. Making gifts and receiving gifts were the special duties of the Brahmin. On the basis of passages in the Vasistha Dharma Sutra, Vishnu Dharma Sutra, and the Sankhyanagriya Sutra, Prakash, 1961.40, makes the following comment about the period I'm. Structural Marxism 249-250. Immediately preceding the florescence of Buddhism and Jainism, 800 BC to 300 BC, the general feeling of the time about meat eating seems to be that it should be used in extending hospitality to guests, as offering to gods and manes, but animals should not be killed otherwise. Oxen continued to be mentioned as animals to be slaughtered for guests, and the earliest archaeological excavations in the Ganges Valley at Hastinapur confirm the use of zebu breeds for food. Ibid 139, Alchin and Alchin, 1968:321. The rise of Buddhism and Jainism in the Ganges Valley in the 6th century B.C. was closely associated with a fundamental challenge to the Brahminical control over animal sacrifice and the redistribution of meat. Buddha condemned animal sacrifice, but did not insist on a pure vegetarian diet. The Jains were more opposed to meat in any form. Nonetheless, during the early part of the Maurya and Sungha periods, 300 BC to 75 AD, Brahmins and royalty continued to eat cattle, along with a wide variety of feral and domesticated animals. The Emperor Asoka temporarily made Buddhism an imperial religion, and meat-eating and animal sacrifice were partly repressed. But a resurgence of Brahmanism followed with the founding of the Sungha dynasty in 185 to 72 BC, and there are indications that meat-eating flourished among the ruling and priestly castes throughout the period from 75 to 350 AD. On the basis of a passage in the Gurukha Samhita, Prakash, 1961:141, includes cows in the list of animals eaten in these times. Despite the prohibition on ox flesh in the Brataranyaka Upanishad, June 3, 13, allusions to cow killing and the eating of cow flesh occur in the Vedic, Buddhist, and classical Sanskrit texts for the period 600 B.C. to 200 A.D. According to A. N. Bose, these inconsistencies raise the suspicion that Orthodox Hindu interpolations against eating beef were made in later periods, and this is definitely the case for the 13 chapters devoted to the greatness of the cow which occur in the Anashasena Parva, Bose, 1961, FN 1113. In the Satapatha Brahmana, Yajnavalkya is fond of tender beef, 3:1.2-21, the meaning of the word for guest, Gakna, is one for whom a cow is killed. Cows are slaughtered at the reception of a guest, and at the worship of manes and at marriage feasts. Butchers are familiar figures in the Buddhist texts, and there were special slaughterhouses where cows were sometimes slaughtered. Concludes Bose, 1961:109. It rather appears that beef was the commonest flesh consumed. For the ensuing Gupta period, 300 AD to 750 AD, Prakash writes, side by side with vegetarian diet, meat diet was also in vogue. Meat and fish formed part of the daily diet of the royal families. Flesh of various animals was served to Brahmanas at Shraddhas. The Kuram Purana goes to the extent of saying that one who does not take flesh in a Shraddha is born again and again as an animal. 1961:175-176, cf. Mitra, 1881:29. Buddhism and Jainism were revitalization movements challenging the Vedic and Hindu stratification systems. In response, Hinduism co-opted the Buddhist and Jainist doctrine of ahimsa, the sacredness of life. As explained by Rajendra Mitra, 1881-34-35. The Brahmanas had to contend against Buddhism, which emphatically and so successfully denounced all sacrifices. They found the doctrine of respect for animal life too strong and too popular to be overcome, and therefore gradually and imperceptibly adopted it in such a manner as to make it appear part of their sastra laws. They gave prominence to such passages as preached benevolence and mercy for all animated creation, and so removed to the background the sacrificial ordinances as to put them out of sight. To sum up, the development of strong beef-eating taboos involved the conversion of ruling and priestly classes and castes from sacrifices and redistributors of meat to protectors of the cow and its male traction progeny. But why did this conversion occur where and when it did? As in the case of the pig in the Middle East, the underlying reason for this change was the intensification of production, the rise in population density, and the shift to new modes of production. Population in the Ganges Valley at 1,000 B.C. was scanty and spread out in small villages. Davis, 1951:24. During Vedic times, cattle were the principal means of wealth, and they were used extensively. As many as 24 oxen were harnessed to a single plough. Cambridge History of India, 1:135-37. By 300 B.C. there were vast irrigation works, great cities, and a population estimated between 50 and 100 million people. Spengler, 1971, Davis, 1951, Nath, 1929. Although it is frequently asserted that this population did not increase thereafter until the arrival of the British, the evidence for the baseline is shaky, and no firm conclusions are warranted. Spengler, 1971-38, says it is probable that population. Structural Marxism 251-252. Grew between 300 AD and Akbar's time 1550. It is clear, however, that part of the total of 255 million recorded in the first census of 1871 must have been added between 300 B.C. and the arrival of the British. With the increase in population, and in the number of towns and cities, India became subject to increasingly severe droughts and famines, due in part at least to deforestation and settlement of marginal lands. The Ganges Valley is a classic case of environmental depletions created by the intensification of production. A definite stage in the spread and intensification of famine was the destruction of the primeval forests, the great natural reservoirs of rain which kept the fruit of the summer's rain till winter, while the lighter winter rains were treasured there in turn till the June monsoon came again. The Hindu epics narrate the working of extensive schemes of colonization and deforestation which in course of their progress extended the rigor, recurrence, and area of scarcity to make it a calamity of the first magnitude. Bose, 1961-131. Bose summarizes a description of a 12-year drought in the Mahabharata as follows. Lakes, wells, and springs were dried up. Sacrifices were in abeyance. Agriculture and cattle rearing were given up. Markets and shops were abandoned. Stakes for binding sacrificial animals disappeared. Festivals died out. Everywhere heaps of bones were seen and cries of creatures heard. The cities were depopulated, hamlets burnt down. People fled from fear of one another or of robbers, weapons, and kings. Places of worship were deserted. The aged were turned out of their houses. Kine, goats, sheep, and buffaloes fought and died in large numbers. The Brahmanas died without protection. Herbs and plants withered. The earth looked like trees in a crematorium. In that dreadful age when righteousness was at an end, men began to cat one another. Just as in Mesopotamia and Egypt, an animal whose flesh was previously consumed became too costly to be used as food as a result of fundamental changes in the ecosystem and the mode of production. Its flesh therefore became the focus of a series of ritual restrictions. But here the resemblances cease, the pig becomes an abomination, the cow an object of veneration. The attempt to explain this specific difference is the crunch that alternative strategies cannot withstand. The explanation is this: cost benefits of the pig involve only its utility as meat. When that meat, Structural Marxism 25, became ecologically too expensive, the whole pig becomes an abomination because it was useless, worse than useless, a danger in its entirety. But when beef in India became too expensive ecologically, the animal in its entirety did not lose its value. On the contrary, the slaughter and beef-eating taboos actually reflect the indispensability of cattle as a source of traction under conditions of high pre-industrial population densities and rainfall agriculture. Hence the cow became holy rather than dirty in order to protect its vital function as the mother of the bullock. As Mohandas K. Gandhi once explained, not only did she give milk but she also made agriculture possible. To complete the specification of why it was cattle and not some other animal that became the venerated object of an anti-slaughter cult, one has to examine the relative cost benefits of the available domestic species. Indian cattle are primarily small, non-dairy traction breeds selected for their ability to pull plows at low cost. Inputs are kept low by maintaining bullocks, and cows, on short rations, garbage, and leaves throughout most of the year. At plowing time the bullocks are fed supplements and rapidly recuperate from their normal state of semi-starvation. During the dry season in the Gangetic Plain, when nighttime temperatures often remain above 40 degrees Celsius, the Indian breeds show remarkable resistance to heat stress. Except in deep mud, cattle outperform all other available plow species. Buffalo lack the versatility of cattle, and in modern India buffalo are used primarily for specialized dairy production rather than as plow animals except in humid rice-growing regions. Buffalo are extremely costly to maintain during the dry seasons and are vulnerable to droughts, because like pigs they must cool themselves with external moisture, preferably by wallowing. Horses and donkeys are also less versatile, have poor drought resistance, and have lower traction efficiencies than cattle. Camels of course are heat tolerant, but pound for pound in comparison with a zebu bullock, they cost far more to manage and maintain. The structural Marxist claim that cultural materialists cannot specify the causality determining structural and superstructural features represents a commitment to an unproductive principle, the principle of it can't be done. Obviously such specifications cannot be done as long as plausible lines of research into infrastructural processes are barred by the dogma that structure dominates infrastructure. 254. A beef with Salins ***. A characteristic reaction to plausible infrastructural explanations of food taboos is for critics to turn away from the solution of the solved puzzle, for which no nomothetic solution was previously offered, to a fresh example of apparently irrational and uneconomic food preferences. This makes cultural materialists lunge about in odd ways from one challenge to another. The new puzzles are set up like hurdles over which we must leap in order to satisfy a grandstand full of one-legged judges whose sole function seems to be the creation of more obstacles. The latest such challenge involves contemporary preferences for beef among Americans, and the corresponding taboo on dog meat and horse meat. One turned to the consideration of these final instances not to offer solutions but to demonstrate that the pontifications of the structural Marxists against infrastructural causality are aimed at closing off known productive boulevards of research in order to keep open a known unproductive back alley. Taking his inspiration from Levi Strauss, CP 188, Salins, 1976:171, writes that what is valuable and edible in the American diet is in no way justifiable by biological, ecological, or economic advantage. On the contrary, the structural model of a meal determines biological, ecological, and economic advantage. The exploitation of the American environment, the mode of relation to the landscape depends on the model of a meal that includes a central meat element with peripheral support of carbohydrates and vegetables. The reason meat occupies this central place goes back to the Indo-European identification of cattle with virility. Hence the indispensability of steak as the epitome of virile meats. Hence also a corresponding structure of agricultural production of food grains, and in turn a specific articulation to world markets, all of which would change overnight if we ate dogs. Ibid. 171. I cannot embark upon a full-scale rebuttal of Salins's attribution of the U.S. beef-eating complex to whimsical Indo-European identifica. * courtesy of Eric Ross. Structural Marxism 255. Shins of cattle with virility. But the history of the cattle complex in India suffices to show the failure of Salins's explanation. If all it takes to worship steak is Indo-European ancestry, then why is the absence of steak the mark of a proper meal in India? Like Alland, Salins overlooks some elementary historical facts. Beef has not always been the preferred meat in the USA. During most of the 19th century, more pork than beef was consumed, and ham rather than steak enjoyed the status of honorific meat. It was not until the invention of the refrigerated railroad car in the 1870s that beef acquired an honorific status superior to that of ham. This reversal climaxed a long demographic, technological, economic, and environmental process. Pork remained ascendant as long as population remained sparse, extensive forests were available, the Calm Belt was close to the East Coast, and beef had to be salted rather than consumed fresh. When the railroads began to cross the Great Plains, it became possible for mass-production meat packers in Chicago to deliver cheap range-fed refrigerated beef to the Boston and New York markets. Beef acquired its preferential status because it was the principal target of a new capital-intensive agribusiness method for mass-producing fresh meat. Capital invested in beef exceeded capital invested in pork, not because cattle were a symbol of virility, but because pigs couldn't eat the free grass available on the western rangelands. Steak acquired its special honorific status because it epitomizes the attempt to mass-produce meat that was tender and chewable as well as fresh. Moreover, the premium value placed on tenderness was not merely an arbitrary preference, but one based on the prevalence of missing and rotted teeth in the mouths of the urban consumers. Harris and Ross, 1978. As for the taboo on dogs, Solins proposes that nothing but the whimsical feeling that dogs are like people prevents Americans from eating them. But the reason Americans feel that way about dogs surely is related to the practical disadvantages of a dog meat industry. Dogs are animals bred to provide companionship and security. Why raise dogs for meat when one has cattle, sheep, hogs, and poultry, all of which gain weight best on pulses and grains, while dogs gain weight best by eating meat? National Research Council, 1975. Dogs, like people, are generally eaten in cultures that lack cheap alternative sources of meat from large domesticated ruminants and omnivores. Finally, there is the question of why horse meat is taboo in the USA. Here the distinction between ethics and emics is once again crucial. It is true that American horse lovers protest advertised sales of horse meat by American supermarkets. The horse, after all, is reared today primarily for sport and for its qualities as a pet rather than for traction or transport. Nonetheless, Solins is mistaken about the ethics of horse meat consumption. Being a large animal, when it is no longer serviceable as a pet, horses are seldom merely sent to a final resting place. Rather, they are slaughtered or dismembered and find their way back into the food chain as canned food for cats and dogs. Solins himself emphasizes this fact, for it seems to make the horse flesh taboo even more exotic. There is even an enormous industry for raising horses as food for dogs. Ibid. Solins overlooks in his eagerness to dematerialize the United States economy, however, is that people as well as pets eat pet food. People who are treated like dogs, old, ill, and desperately poor people. One should know something about how much of the pet food industry, which incidentally does not raise horses for meat but merely uses old horses raised for other purposes, is actually supported by the human quest for cheap animal protein. Similarly, Solins does not honor, his word, see above, American culture by perpetuating the myth that all Americans eat steak or other meat or even want to eat steak or other meat with every meal. One may honor a culture by accepting its mystifications, but in so doing, one does not honor the science of history. Despite the efforts of the beef industry to encourage beef eating, per capita consumption of beef in the United States has probably peaked. As the petrochemical inputs of U.S. agribusiness become more expensive due to intensification, depletion, and pollution, more and more meatless meals lie over the horizon. This is scarcely the appropriate moment to be telling people that the only reason they want to eat meat is because meat is good to think. The reason for the recent high per capita consumption of meat in the United States is that people have not been eating meat but cheap petrochemicals. What people should be told is that the high per capita levels of animal protein consumption to which we have become accustomed can no longer be sustained as a result of the depletion and skyrocketing costs of petrochemicals. I shall consider another example of Solins's careless and purely negative approach to the question of food preferences in the final chapter of this book. There we shall see the extent to which the 256 obscurantism inherent in structuralism and structural Marxism has emerged as Solins's dominant strategic commitment. In the meantime, I think one have said enough on this subject to show that structural Marxism, like structuralism, is not so much an attempt to penetrate beneath the surface of social life as an attempt to float above it. Structural Marxism 257. CMP Ta MNNN Registered Psychological and Cognitive Idealism. ALTHOUGHSTRUCTURALISM has found a home in many North American universities. The favorite American idealist strategies follow a different tradition. American cultural idealism tends to be strongly committed to an empiricist epistemology. It is deeply concerned with operationalizing its methods and rigorously testing its theories. American cultural idealists are often faultlessly scientific in all matters but one, their subordination of the study of etic structure and infrastructure to the study of emic and mental superstructure. In this chapter I shall deal with two major types of currently active cultural idealist strategies. The practitioners of the first identify themselves under the labels psychological anthropology or culture and personality. This strategy addresses the question of how people acquire the normal and/or deviant mental and emotional complexes typical of different socio-cultural systems. It is also concerned with the problem of universal psychological constituents of the human personality. The second type of cultural idealist strategy is concerned primarily with the narrower cognitive aspects of mental and emic superstructure. In many ways it constitutes an empirical, non-dialectical analog of structuralism. Its practitioners identify themselves under such labels as cognitive anthropology, ethnoscience, formal analysis and symbolic anthropology. All empirical varieties of emic, mental, and personality studies, insofar as they are purely descriptive or merely posit functional relationships, are in principle compatible with cultural materialism. Indeed, to the extent that cognitive and personality studies illuminate the pervasive effects of infrastructural conditioning on human thought and behavior, they can be of great theoretical and practical interests to cultural materialists. An adversary situation exists between cultural materialism and cognitivist and psychological strategies only when cognitivists and psychological anthropologists claim that the mental, emic, and personality aspects of socio-cultural systems determine the etic and behavioral aspects, or when they claim that cultural materialism cannot explain the causes of mental and emic socio-cultural differences and similarities. A further source of controversy exists when cognitivists and psychological anthropologists attempt to limit the definition of culture to mental and emic superstructure and to limit the scope of anthropology, ethnology, or ethnography to the study of culture defined in the idealist image. Psychological and Cognitive Idealism 259. Psychological anthropology. One popular set of psychologistic theories of socio-cultural causality sets out from the assumption that each society has a national character, a modal personality, or some other definite range of personality types. Provided that proper empirical procedures are employed to measure and define a group's personality complex, I find nothing objectionable in such an assumption. I accept the proposition that the emic and mental aspects of human cultures differ cross-culturally. Therefore I am necessarily also committed to the position that personalities differ cross-culturally. For what is personality if not a summing up of an individual's mental propensities for thought, feeling, and behavior expressed in a psychologistic vocabulary, for example, aggressive, passive, anxious, extroverted, and so forth. And since emic and mental culture is a summing up of a group's propensities for thought, feeling, and behavior, there must be a correspondence between emic and mental culture and the group's personality type. Strategic conflict between psychological anthropologists and cultural materialists arises when psychological anthropologists fail to imply 260. The etic infrastructure in the causal chain responsible for personality complexes, or when they go further and propose that structural and infrastructural changes are predetermined by the existence of a particular modal or basic personality type or national character, as, for example, if one asserts that the Germans are predetermined to have dictatorships because they have authoritarian personalities, or Americans are predetermined to be technologically superior to the rest of the world because they have a spirit of inquiry and a high need for achievement. Cultural materialists hold that personality configurations are the product of infrastructural conditions, and that while there is feedback between such configurations and infrastructure, the infrastructure is probabilistically dominant. To make personality the dominant factor or even to assign it equal weight is to abandon the quest for nomothetic causal theories of socio-cultural evolution. This happens because, like all idealists, those who believe in the primacy of psychological configurations must either trace a particular configuration back through a unique sequence of antecedent configurations until the historical chain is lost in antiquity, or must concede that differences in group personality configurations are unpredictable. The mutability of national character. How fast can the personality configuration of a culture change? How much can a given personality configuration advance, retard, or deflect the evolution of infrastructure? As in the case of the superstructure in general, the personality configuration of the moment obviously must be taken into account in making predictions about the direction and rate of change. The crux of the cultural materialist position, however, is that in principle, radical infrastructural and structural changes can lead to complete reversals of personality configurations in a very short time. This position contradicts the view advanced by pioneer figures in psychological anthropology that personality configurations are the stable, enduring core of social life. Ruth Benedict, 1934, for example, stressed the peaceful, non-competitive, and even-tempered disposition of the Pueblo Indians, disregarding the fact that in the 16th and 17th centuries the same Pueblo Indians had fought a series of bloody messianic wars during which they had massacred the Spanish priests and set fire to their churches. When the Jews in Nazi Germany failed to organize an effective resistance against their own genocide, psychologists depicted them as having lost the capacity for forceful struggle. In a single generation, however, Jewish refugees created a militaristic state defended by one of the world's most formidable small armies. During World War II, psychological anthropologists depicted the Japanese as pathologically obedient. But post-war generations of Japanese college youth proved even more rebellious than their U.S. counterparts. During the 1960s, every major Japanese campus was the scene of pitched battle between thousands of students and police officers. In addition, large numbers of Japanese youth abandoned traditional Japanese clothing, etiquette, music, and family life in favor of Western models, in open contempt for parental authority. Krauss, Rollin, and Steinhoff, 1978. Abram Kardinker once depicted the Afro-American male as a psychologically damaged individual whose aggressive impulses were turned inward, giving rise to feelings of worthlessness and inadequacy. In their effort to please members of the superordinate white groups, blacks allegedly exaggerated their own shortcomings by accepting the self-image of a slow-witted, affable, shuffling Sambo. The Black Power movement broke the Sambo stereotype. Haughtily self-confident black leaders fought the Sambo image in the courts and in the streets, as well as in the nursery. Honnertz, 1970. Weston La Barcy, 1966. Called the Aymara of Bolivia morose, cruel, vindictive, sullen, hateful, and treacherous on the basis of his analysis of Aymara folk tales. Every Aymara tale collected by Labar turned out to be concerned with conflict over food, deceitfulness, chicanery, violence, busybody informers, murderers, and sorcerers. Labar recognized that the temperament of the Aymara reflected a historic process of sustained deprivation and exploitation at the hands of both Indian and Spanish ruling classes. If the Aymara, as evidenced in their folk tales, and indeed throughout the rest of their culture, are apprehensive, crafty, suspicious, violent, treacherous, and hostile, one important reason for this may be that such a character structure is an understandable response to their having lived for perhaps as long as a millennium under rigidly hierarchic and absolutist economic, military, and religious controls. Labar, 1966:143. Psychological and Cognitive Idealism 261-262. Labar neglected to point out, however, that since infrastructure and structure determined Aymara personality in the past, one must conclude that they are probably determining it in the present. Freudian strategies. The strongest claims for the priority of psychological causation arise from Freudian and Neo-Freudian principles aimed at understanding pan-human psychodynamic processes. These principles, like the structuralist principle of universal mental dialectical tendencies, can at best account for the uniformities and similarities of socio-cultural systems. But they cannot account for the differences. At the outset, therefore, one might reasonably claim that Freudian psychodynamic strategies are less adequate than strategies that intend to explain both differences and similarities. I do not wish to rest my case on this point alone, however, since there are grave doubts as to whether or not the Freudians have a proper handle on the causes of the uniformities. Freudian theoretical principles postulate a universal tendency for human beings to mature through oral, anal, and genital stages and to develop Oedipal strivings which are resolved by males and females in psychodynamically different ways. Mature genital males resolve their Oedipal strivings by manifesting masculine dominance of females, and mature genital females resolve their Oedipal strivings by accepting a passive role and by compensating for not having a penis by having babies. Psychodynamic patterns that resemble Oedipal strivings in the minimal sense of sexually charged hostility between older generation males and their sons or nephews are indeed very widespread. Raham, 1950, A. Parsons, 1964, Foster, 1972, Barneau, 1973. It is therefore tempting to suppose that Oedipal strivings, castration complex of males, penis envy of girls, and a broad variety of such aggressive male-dominated activities as competitive sports, male initiation rites, and warfare are all manifestations of universal psychodynamic processes. In the words of Maurice Walsh and Barbara Scandalis, 1975. As an outgrowth of the psychoanalytic approach to an understanding of social motivation and behavior, it is our hypothesis that primitive male initiation rites and modern organized warfare are equivalent behavior patterns. 136. Both have a common single motivating force, Oedipal rivalry. 138. Psychoanalytic research demonstrates that the Oedipal rivalry alone of all possible causes adequately explains institutionalized situations where sons are murdered by an enemy through manipulation by the father. Generation 148 to 149. The aggression of the sons and the father is thus unconsciously transferred to the enemy men and to the women and children who are raped and destroyed as proxies for the repressed aggressive and sexual desires. 150. From a cultural materialist perspective, the causal arrows in this theory are pointing backwards. All of the conditions for creating castration fears and penis envy, aggressive males and passive females, are present in the male supremacy complex, in the male monopoly over weapons, in the training of males for bravery in combat, and in the training of females to accept roles as rewarders of masculine virtues, and in patrilineality, polygyny, bride price, and many other male-centered institutions. Wherever the objective of child rearing is to produce aggressive, masculine, dominant men and passive, feminine women, there will develop something like a castration fear between males in adjacent generations who feel insecure about their manliness, and something like penis envy among women, who will be brainwashed into exaggerating the power and significance of the male genitalia. All of this leads to the conclusion that war is not caused by the Oedipus complex, rather, the Oedipus complex is caused by war, which in turn is caused by specific infrastructural conditions, CP 90, and not by something innate in human nature, Dival and Harris, 1976. The cultural materialist alternative is preferable to the Freudian alternative because we know that the alleged manifestations of the Oedipus complex are extremely variable. Not all societies have intense puberty rituals, in some societies men are less aggressive, and not all societies have developed warfare to the same degree. Indeed, in order to cope with the variability of the psychodynamic end product of the Freudian constants, psychological anthropologists were inevitably obliged to pay attention to the institutional structures that impinge on infants and children during socialization. Hence there arose the neo-Freudian interest in culture-specific child training practices such as sphincter and bladder control, suppression or encouragement of masturbation, nursing and weaning schedules, and infant mother sleeping arrangements. Calling these practices primary institutions, Abram Gardiner hypothesized that they were linked to a set of secondary institutions consisting of religion and mythology through the projection of unconscious fantasies formed during childhood. Labeling. Psychological and Cognitive Idealism. 263. Childhood training institutions primary, however, could not for long obscure the fact that they were not at all primary. The real primary institutions had to be those which determined the childhood training institutions. But what were these? Gardiner himself threw up his hands. Psychology can cast no light whatsoever without the aid of history on how these primary institutions took their final forms. So far as we know, no satisfactory explanations have ever been made of primary institutions. Gardiner, 1939:471. Later, John Whiting, 1969, rescued the psychodynamic approach from this know-nothing stance by grounding one set of childhood training institutions in specific infrastructural conditions. Whiting and his co-workers proposed that intense male puberty rituals were produced by a causal chain starting with protein deficiency. This leads to prolonged nursing, postpartum sex taboo, polygyny, exclusive mother-child sleeping arrangements, male-child training by women, cross-sex identification by male children, and finally the need for severe male initiation as a means of strengthening masculine identity in societies in which men dominate political life. I shall give more extended treatment to Whiting's theory in the next chapter. Robert Levine, 1973, has generalized this approach and explicitly elevated ecology, economy, and social structure to the status of primary institutions that determine child-rearing practices, also still called primary. This of course renders culture and personality studies completely compatible with the cultural materialist principle of infrastructural determinism, although neither Whiting nor Levine has yet to discuss the larger strategic implications of their reversal of the Freudian causal arrow. The central weakness of the Freudian notions of psychodynamic universal is precisely the same as the weakness lying at the heart of sociobiology and structuralism. In each case, universal components of human nature are said to account for a remarkably variable set of institutions. And in each case uniformity has to be translated into diversity by intervening variables. In sociobiology, diversity arises from the switching effect of ecological conditions, in structuralism, from the contingencies of history, and in Freudian culture and personality, from the conditioning institutions of childhood. In cultural materialistic perspective, the problem of the intervening variables looms larger than that of the alleged universals. In order to explain why the constant yields such variable results, the causes of variation necessarily become 264. The focus of research. And once these causes have been grounded in the infrastructure, the heuristic value of the constant becomes increasingly dubious. Finally, the constant loses all strategic value as more and more puzzles involving both similarities and differences find their solution in the similarities and differences of the TIC and behavioral infrastructure. Psychological and Cognitive Idealism 265. Cognitivism. One turn now to the more narrow form of American cultural idealism, cognitivism. According to Stephen Tyler, 1969.3, the aim of cognitive anthropology is to understand the organizing principles underlying behavior. In essence, cognitive anthropology seeks to answer two questions: what material phenomena are significant for the people of some culture, and how do they organize these phenomena in their minds? For Marshall Durbin, 1973:470, the key concept of cognitive anthropology is rules. Culture is best seen as a set of control mechanisms, plans, recipes, rules, instructions, which are the principal basis for the specificity of behavior and an essential condition for governing it. Ward Goodenough, quoted in Black, 1973:522, one of the pioneer figures in the development of modern cultural idealist strategies in the United States, defines culture as follows. A society's culture consists of whatever it is one has to know or believe in order to operate in a manner acceptable to its members. It is the end product of learning. Not things, people, behavior, or emotions, but the organization of these things, that people have in their minds, their models for perceiving, relating, and otherwise interpreting them. Cognitivism thus is a strategy for describing in the most effective and emically authentic fashion the rules or other mental programs that allegedly account for behavior. Cognitivists do not attempt to explain the existence of these rules themselves. Instead, they take the entire emic sector as a given. Then, using the detailed knowledge of emics expressed as semantic components, taxonomic structures, systems of beliefs, systems of rules, or plans for behavior. Cognitivism attempts to account for the entire etic sector of socio-cultural life. The accounting for in this procedure cannot be given any single meaning. For some cognitivists, accounting for means prediction of behavior stream events. K. 1970, Gogin, 1969. However, for other cognitivists, knowledge of emic rules is not a way of getting at what people will actually do. Rather, accounting for means merely appropriately anticipating what they will do. An ethnography should be a theory of cultural behavior in a particular society, the adequacy of which is to be evaluated by the ability of a stranger to the culture to use the ethnography statements as instructions for appropriately anticipating the scenes of the society. One say appropriately anticipate rather than predict, because failure of an ethnographic statement to predict correctly does not necessarily imply predictive inadequacy, as long as the members of the described society are as surprised by the failure as is the ethnographer. Frake, 1964:112. Cognitivists who reject or ignore the centrality of predictive adequacy in scientific descriptions rest their case on an analogy with linguistics. The goal of linguistics is to state the finite set of rules by which infinite numbers of grammatical sentences can be generated. Most linguists, however, do not hope to be able to predict what people will say at any given moment in time. This accepted relationship between grammar and etic speech acts leads many cognitivists to feel satisfied with the restricted meaning of accounting for. They believe that the behavior stream is virtually synonymous with chance or chaos. In the words of Ward Goodenough, 1964-39. The great problem for a science of man is how to get from the objective world of materiality, with its infinite variability, to the subjective world of form as it exists in what, for lack of a better term, we must call the minds of our fellow man. Structural linguistics has, I think, made us conscious at last of their nature, and has gone on to convert this consciousness into a systematic method. Etic and behavioral culture, for cognitivists such as Goodenough, is composed of the incomprehensible flickering shadows on the walls of Plato's cave. Comprehensible or regular forms or structures consist of 266. Psychological and cognitive idealism 267. The permanent ideas underlying, or accounting for, the epiphenomenal events of history. In Oswald Werner's, 1973:288, words. Behavior is ephemeral. It depends on, 1. Cultural knowledge. 2. Prior tangible products of behavior, props, and 3. Probably other factors, e.g. the state of the actor, such as his sobriety, tiredness, or drunkenness. Some additional factors affecting behavior, 4, are surely chance. Behavior is not more ephemeral than thought. One shall examine the claim that cognitivists can predict the grammatically of an etic performance in another section. But let me point out some consequences of the conviction that behavior stream events, verbal or nonverbal, are essentially unpredictable. In terms of Maxwell's criterion, p.25, such a conviction ought to be fatal to the prospects of cognitive strategies in comparison with other strategies not sharing that conviction. In order to have a rational reason for preferring a strategic option of such restricted compass, one would want some kind of proof that prediction of behavior stream events cannot be achieved. It is inconceivable, however, how such a proof could be offered without tentatively adopting a research strategy such as cultural materialism, which intends to explore the limits of probabilistic predictions about behavior stream events. Beyond this logical flaw, the accumulated evidence of archaeology, history, and ethnography all point toward the non-ephemeral, recurrent nature of behavior stream events. Werner is not totally oblivious of these recurrences, but he masks them in point 2 above as prior tangible products of behavior, as if such props as houses, fields of grain, JXRTS of food, weapons of war, pyramids, temples, villages, factories, cities, and so forth did not themselves furnish proof that behavior was in fact not incomprehensible, unpredictable, or wholly or even largely ephemeral. Even in the domain of etic speech acts, one can point to enough instances of utterances that recur in determined contexts to warrant the assumption that the semantic content as well as the grammatically of speech acts is predictably, good morning. The conviction that speech acts are essentially unpredictable arises from the historic failure of linguists to study actual speech in etic contexts. This failure in turn rests on the Platonic idealist distinction between log, the realm of pure form, and parole, the realm of imperfect material representation. The attempt to impose this 268 stunted strategy upon the study of whole socio-cultural systems has contributed significantly to the current upwelling of obscurantist and anti-scientific treatments of vital social issues, see below. Convergence of cognitivism and structuralism. MANYCOGNIT4E anthropologists in the United States accept a neopositivist and modified empiricist definition of science. Within the framework of ethnoscience and formal analysis, anthropologists have pioneered in the development of methodologically sophisticated emic data gathering techniques and have urged the adoption of sound criteria of testability. In fact, some of the harshest criticisms directed against Levi-Strauss and structuralism have been launched by tough-minded cognitivists. As Oswald Werner, 1973:299, speaking on behalf of a proposed computer-facilitated investigation of huge lexical semantic fields, has put it. If the task of science is to show the nature of the postulated structure, then Levi-Strauss has succeeded only insofar as the dialectic structure, ABCD, is adequate. At best these oppositions are elements of still larger, implicit, and more complex structures. At worst they are empty because they are not testable. There is very little structure in Levi-Strauss structuralism. The difference between structuralism and cognitivism is most extreme in the matter of informant feedback. While a few cognitivists seem to be able to dispense with informants, e.g. Lounsbury, 1965, the hallmark of cognitivism in the United States has been a highly operationalized concern with the elicitation of uncontaminated native categories from native informants during repeated, intensive, and highly structured interviews. Nonetheless, I view structuralism and cognitivism as convergent strategies nourished by the same underlying currents of cultural idealism. There is a growing tendency among cognitivists to join with structuralists in describing their ultimate goals as the discovery of universal mental principles. Werner, 1973:293, for example, diagrams the final output of both structuralism and cognitivism as the nature of man, or man's mind, as shown by Universal Principles of Culture and Brant Berlin and Paul Kay's, 1969, demonstration of the alleged evolution of a universal color taxonomy is frequently cited as the supreme accomplishment of ethnoscience. Moreover, the search for universal mental structures is also an important trend in American linguistics, and hence, to the extent that cognitivists are enthralled by linguistic models, convergence toward the goals of French structuralism is virtue ally assured. More than ever before, both fields, anthropology and linguistics, have turned toward a search for universals. The overall goal of both fields at the present time is to understand the way in which man processes information from his surrounding environment. Durbin, 1973:468. This achievement, when it occurs, will leave cognitivism along with structuralism without any principle for explaining the divergent as well as convergent trajectories of socio-cultural evolution. Finding out about how people process information from their environment is a respectable endeavor. But it cannot be the central concern of a science of culture. It will not tell us, for example, why the message we get is sometimes a love song while on other occasions it is the smell of burning flesh. In cognitivism, as in the sterile dialectic of structuralism, the more things change, the more they remain the same. Psychological and Cognitive Idealism 269. Predicting behavior from a knowledge of rules. 1 TURNNOW to those cognitivists for whom accounting for means predicting etic behavior on the basis of a knowledge of emic rules. While some degree of predictability obviously can be achieved from a knowledge of emic rules, the strategic emphasis upon rules runs counter to cultural materialist assumptions about the dependent nature of the entire mental and emic sector. The ultimate objective of cultural materialism is to predict the emic and mental aspects of culture from a knowledge of etic infrastructural processes. The causal priority of etic behavioral over mental sectors makes it unlikely, even when we are dealing with systems in an entirely synchronic frame, that predictability can best be achieved by concentrating on emic and mental components. Even if one has a perfect knowledge of all the rules that one must know to act like a native, that is, even if one has been brought up as a native, a privilege all human beings enjoy with respect to at least one culture, predictions based on a knowledge of those rules alone cannot in principle predict the great bulk of behavior stream events. On the 270 other hand, in principle, the great bulk of rules can be predicted from a sufficiently detailed knowledge of behavior stream events, especially, of course, those involving the etic infrastructure. 5 propositions underlie this claim. 1. Etic outputs require etic inputs. 2. Emic rules are ambiguous. 3. For every emic rule there is an alternative. 4. Authorities never go unchallenged. 5. Rules are not forever asterisk. Etic outputs require etic inputs. Paulkay has attempted to demonstrate the predictive efficacy of a knowledge of rules on the basis of an example involving post-marital residence. Kay claims that etic behavior will correspond to rules if the rules are stated in terms of contingencies and alternatives. Predictions about residence patterns, for example, should take the form: reside post-maritally with the husband's matrisib if that sib, a, is localized, i.e., is in possession of territory, and, b, owns uncultivated land. But K, 1970:28, admits that to predict distributions of actual residence patterns on an aggregate scale, we have to furnish as input to the postulated cognitive model the joint distribution of matrisib membership, matrisib localization, wealth in land and so on, for the entire population. Kay also points out that William Kogagan's, 1969, method for predicting the distribution of residence types among the Somali of the Philippines requires inputs on the distribution of age, sex, marital status, and other census data. But Kay fails to make clear that the inputs for these predictions must be etic inputs. W. Kogan's method generates is not a native model but an incomplete etic census. Without accurate statistical inputs, numbers of children, adults, males, females, households, and so forth, there can be no accurate statistical output, number of different residence types. Rules cannot a census make. It follows from this fact that a single cognitive model can generate a variety of etic outputs depending on the etic inputs. The point has been clarified by Roger Keesing, 1974:82. The same conceptual principles might yield densely clustered villages or scattered homesteads, depending on the water sources, terrain, arable land, demogra. *THC following discussion clarifies and amplifies Harris, 1975. PHY and the peaceful or head-hunting predilections of the neighboring tribes/cultural materialists do not deny that under certain circumstances reliable predictions about behavior can be made from a knowledge of etic conditions and emic rules. Alan Johnson, 1974, for example, has shown that knowledge of how Brazilian peasants classify their soils and crops combined with the observer's knowledge of soils and crops can be used to predict how much land will be devoted to a particular crop. It remains an open question, however, whether knowledge of emic rules is always essential for making such predictions. In principle, a thorough understanding of the etic infrastructural, structural, and superstructural components of peasant communities ought to lead to predictions concerning land use as well as to the emic rules by which etically appropriate choices of inputs are made. To repeat, the objective of cultural materialism is to predict both ideas and behavior from a knowledge of behavior. This remains an unfinished but, in principle, not an impossible task. The same cannot be said of idealist proposals to replace etic rules with emic rules and to predict both ideas and behavior from the latter. This is clearly impossible in principle. Psychological and Cognitive Idealism 271. Ambiguity of emic rules. Is it true that mental and emic culture can be reduced to a finite set of emic rules in conformity with linguistic models? Cultural materialism is opposed to this view of human mental life. No aspect of a socio-cultural system can be properly understood in a closed synchronic frame, since human mental life is in constant flux and does not constitute a closed system. To view the rules of a culture as a closed finite set cannot lead to an understanding of what people are actually thinking when they make up their minds to do something. One symptom of the openness of emic systems is the presence of ambiguous and vague meanings in the lexical items from which emic rules are constructed. In order for emic systems to close in on themselves, they would have to consist of rules that every native speaker understood at the lexical level to mean the same thing. A considerable body of evidence, however, indicates that many lexical items are understood differently by members of the same speech community. I first became involved with this problem during my studies of Race 272. Relations in Brazil. In the state of Bahia, one frequently hears people being characterized as moreno or mulatto. Since color or skin tone in Brazil is a salient marker for distinguishing one person from another, it seemed reasonable to suppose that moreno and mulatto designated skin tone differences, as well as differences in hair form and lip and nose shape. Who is darker, a moreno or a mulatto, is a perfectly meaningful question to Bahians. They respond to it with conviction and without hesitation. Yet when it was put to the residents of a small fishing village, it produced an evenly divided set of opinions as to which was the darker type. Harris and Kotick, 1963. Later I tried to define the dimensions of the cognitive field of Brazilian racial types by showing informants standardized drawings of men and women whose facial features were systematically varied. A deck of 72 such drawings elicited over 300 racial types from 100 informants. The term most frequently used was moreno, but it was used in such a way as to defy definition by means of the features depicted on the drawings: skin tone, hair form, lip shape, nose shape. The entire semantic field of racial types in northeastern Brazil is filled with ambiguities. These ambiguities are not artifacts of the eliciting procedures. Rather, they reflect the fact that northeastern Brazil lacks sharply defined racial groups or racial castes that play distinctive roles in the allocation of resources. Harris, 1970. The possibility that other semantic fields are structured in an ambiguous fashion has not been systematically explored by anthropologists. Notable exceptions are Terence Hayes's, 1974, study of plant taxonomies in New Guinea, and Richard Polnack's, 1975, study of color terminologies in Bug and Duck. John Roberts, 1951, 1961, found extensive behavioral and ideological variation on an individual and household basis among the Navajo and Zuni, while Stephen Fjellman, 1972, has shown that kinship terminology is far from uniform in one African culture. This is also true of American kinship terminology. Americans do not agree on the difference between first and second cousins, and first and second cousins once or twice removed, nor do they agree on what to call father's second wife, or wife's brother's wife's brother. Ethnographers either ignore the problem of semantic diversity or try to dismiss it as noise or as methodological artifact. The reason for this is that most contemporary ethnographic research is conducted under the auspices of idealist strategies which assume that shared values and beliefs not only define a culture but account for its existence. See below. A more reasonable assumption is that people have diverse and ambiguous beliefs and values. Yet few ethnographers have found it expedient to search out and quantify the actual extent of cognitive ambiguity and diversity. Pelto and Pelto, 1975. The more complex the semantic construct, the greater the likelihood that it will be understood in the abstract, or applied in the concrete instance, differently by different people, or even differently by the same person at different times. In the perspective of cultural materialism, cognitive disagreement cannot be less frequent or analytically less significant than behavioral disagreement or conflict. Even in the most intimate domestic groups, people constantly misunderstand simple messages. Given the complexity of roles and the pervasiveness of hierarchical privileges, it is folly to assume that people always can or always want to understand each other. See pages 43 if. Psychological and Cognitive Idealism 273. For every emic rule there is an alternative. Cognit-ists are of course aware that rules are frequently broken. But they hope to subsume all instances of broken rules under yet another finite set of rules, rules for breaking rules. This was the response to my criticism of Ward Goodenough's, 1965, concept of a duty scale among the people who live on the island of Truk in Micronesia. According to the rules of this duty scale, fathers should, 1. Crouch or crawl if a married daughter is seated, 2. Avoid initiating action in her presence, 3. Avoid speaking harshly to her, 4. Honor any request, and 5. Never assault her regardless of provocation. But Goodenough saw at least one father breaking all 5 rules. The reason for this, Goodenough explained, was that her petulant behavior had been getting on her kinsman's nerves for some time. She had indulged in an early morning tirade against her husband, whom she suspected of having just come from an amorous visit to her lineage sister next door. It was therefore poetic justice from the Truk Islanders' point of view for the woman's father to hit her. A good heart jolt was just what she deserved. Ibid I 1-12. One claimed that the incident constituted a breakdown in Goodenough's ability to predict behavior from a knoll edge of rules. Paul K. 1970:20, however, says that it is nothing of the sort. Goodenough has uncovered a Truckese cultural rule which is formally analogous to the American cultural rule prohibiting homicide except in self-defense. 274. The moral of Goodenough's story is precisely that cultures, seen as cognitive systems, are extremely complex, and that cultural rules characteristically contain except and unless clauses. K. 1970:22, proposes that such rules for breaking rules refer to one set of narrowly defined occasions. But the comparison with American rules prohibiting homicide seems infelicitous, since it is impossible to define a narrow set of conditions that arc the except and unless clauses for self-defense. For example, natives of the United States would presumably regard it as inappropriate for a man who shoots and kills an unarmed 8-year-old boy to invoke the rule of self-defense. Yet suppose the man involved is a police officer, and the child is tall for his age. Suppose also that the encounter takes place on a street in a high-crime area and the boy is accompanied by an adult who makes a menacing gesture. In this actual instance no consensus could be reached that the act was culturally inappropriate. What cognitive anthropologists in general fail to realize is that the rule for breaking a rule is also subject to a rule for breaking rules, and that the conditions defining occasions as appropriate for one rule rather than another are expressed by means of inherently ambiguous vernacular categories. Thus the rules elicited to explain, justify, or predict behavior contain an irreducible residue of interpretation, judgment, and uncertainty. One claim that this constitutes grounds for the inference that the set of rules for breaking rules is infinite. To every emic behavioral condition there can always be added another emic condition calling for the reinterpretation of the previous judgment that a given response was appropriate. As an example, consider the research carried out by V.K. Kocher, 1976, and his associates on the socio-cultural causes of hookworm infection in West Bengal. Kocher begins with the salient Hindu rule that fecal contact is polluting and the paradoxical etic fact that hookworm, transmissible only through fecal contact, is endemic. All informants prefer to defecate away from the presence of human fecal remains. Yet investigation showed that 75% of all stools were deposited within 3 feet of recognizable traces of previous stools. The ethnographer elicited 6 rules that might lead to the breaking of the rule against fecal contact. 1. A spot must be found not too far from the house. 2. The spot must provide protection against being seen by others. 3. It must offer an opportunity to see others approaching. 4. It must be near a source of water for washing. 5. It must be upwind of unpleasant odors. 6. It must not be in a field with growing crops. Each of these rules is in turn subject to a considerable amount of individual interpretation and uncertainty. Old people defecate closer to the house and hence are subject to more frequent reinfection from their own stools. Perhaps there is a rule that old people need not walk as far or be as well hidden as others. If so, does this rule have equal saliency among old men and old women? Is it equally applicable in sickness and in health, in rain or shine, in caste and class, and so on? The openness and irreducible ambiguity of the conditions for rules and for the rules for breaking rules can lead to only one conclusion: people have a rule for everything they do. No matter how deviant or unexpected the act, a psychologically intact human being can always appeal to some set of rules someone else will recognize as legitimate, although perhaps as misinterpreted or misapplied. Note that one refrain from saying that every act is therefore caused by a rule. Old people do not break the fecal contact rule more often because they have a rule permitting them to stay closer to the house, rather, they break the rule more often because they are old and feeble. A further consequence of the fact that every act has a rule is that an ethnographer's knowledge of the set of emic rules will expand in proportion to knowledge gained about the set of known acts. But the set of known acts need not expand in proportion to knowledge of rules. Unless alternative acts are observed, alternative rules probably won't be elicited. This is especially true of the rules for breaking rules. It is difficult to know the rules for breaking the rules of homicide, pollution, cow worship, CP 38 FLF, marital fidelity or mother love until acts of murder, defilement, cow slaughter, adultery, and infanticide are observed and the actors are questioned concerning their motives. Thus a purely emic approach to socio-cultural systems not only guarantees that some behavior will be unpredictable but also makes it easier for most of the rules for breaking rules to go unnoticed. Since we intuitively know that there is a rule for everything, we are easily misled into believing that rules govern or cause behavior. But the principle that rules govern or cause behavior is no more credible than the proposition that the earth is flat. Rules facilitate, motivate, and organize our behavior, they do not govern or cause it. The causes of behavior are to be found in the material conditions of social life. The conclusion to be drawn from the abundance of unless and except clauses is not that people behave in order to conform to rules, but they select or create rules appropriate for their behavior. Psychological and Cognitive Idealism 275-276. There are no unchallenged authorities. If EVERYACT has a rule, the cognitivist's ability to predict when natives will acknowledge a performance as grammatical must also be questioned. If every act has a rule, then every act will be deemed appropriate by at least one actor and possibly many more. W hat determines how many actors will acknowledge a particular act as appropriate. The cultural grammarians are not unaware of the possible existence of disagreements concerning the interpretation of conditions for the rules for breaking rules. Indeed, Good Enough, 1970:99, admits that no two persons in truck have identical standards for what they regard as truckees culture, and the amount of variance they accept in one another's behavior differs from one subject matter to another and from one kind of situation to another. Nonetheless, despite the fact that the culture of a group is necessarily somewhat different for every one of the group's members, Good Enough, 1970:102, insists that an ethnographer can formulate a set of standards that, taken as a guide for acting and interpreting the acts of others, leads to behavior the community's members perceive as in accord with their expectations of one another, behavior they accept as being properly Truckees, country Irish, or whatever. Good Enough's 1970:100-101, solution to the problem of ambiguity and diversity depends on the identification of individuals whom he calls authorities. In any community, there are some people who are regarded as having greater knowledge of what the standards for the group are supposed to be. They are called upon to pronounce what the standards are in disputes about them the standards. Thus, for some subjects at least, there are acknowledged authorities whose judgments regarding the agreed upon standards and whose pronouncements as to whether something is right or wrong are accepted by others in the group. People want such authorities. Ethnographers concerned to describe a group's culture, in the sense in which I am using the term, make a regular practice of seeking out recognized local authorities and experts in order to use them as their principal sources of information. Even in ordinary matters, one does not use a 5-year-old as a reliable informant about adult activities. What Goodenough fails to realize in granting to authorities the ability to decide right or wrong is that general behavioral conformity to such decisions is in no way proof of general consensus. People obey rules endorsed by authorities, not necessarily because they are obedient to rules but because they are obedient to authorities. The question of conformity to authoritative or authentic rules thus leads directly to the consideration of the distribution of power within a population. For people are generally obedient to authorities who have power, who have control over energy and material forces of coercion. Thus the prediction of the degree of conformity or consensus with rules, even in the minimal sense of acknowledging competence, requires an analysis of etic behavioral conditions. To neglect the fact that there are weak as well as strong authorities and that there are different levels, ranges, qualities, and intensities of emic consensus is to caricature and obfuscate the nature of human social life. Ideological moral consensus is neither the precondition nor the normal mode of human social existence. Rather, such consensus is always an illusion fostered by those who are authorities or who work for them. Goodenough's caveat that even in ordinary matters, one does not use a 5-year-old as a reliable informant about adult activities illustrates the irrelevance of the grammars of rules as predictors of behavior. For regardless of what parental authorities may think ought to happen in their domestic life, what their children do to them as much as what they do to their children determines what both children and adults finally end up actually doing. This can be illustrated by data from the study of ordinary matters in the life of 4 New York families as described in Chapter 2. It seems a reasonable assumption that when people ask each other to do something, they have in mind some general rule that entitles them to make the request. Whatever these rules are, the members of families more often than not give them variant interpretation or oppose them by rules for breaking rules, for non-compliances far outnumber compliances. De Havilland, 1977. The rate of compliance is therefore unpredictable from any native authorities, i.e., parents, knowledge of the rules of family life. I doubt that any model for predicting behavior based on the assumption that behavior is determined by shared cognitive orientations can advance our understanding of how families manage to function as social groups. This is a crucial test of the relevance of emics to behavior, because domestic groups are widely believed to be the model for homogeneous small-scale societies in which shared cognitive orientations predominate over the special. Psychological and Cognitive Idealism 277. Ized cognitive orientations characteristic of more complex social groups. 278. Rules are not forever. The crux of the conflict between cognitivism and cultural materialism is not the question of whether human behavior is to some degree rule-governed. The central question is where both the rules and the behavior come from. Unless a strategy can analyze the diachronic causal processes responsible for the emergence of observed patterns of thought and behavior, it cannot be said to have achieved a high level of predictability with respect to either thought or behavior. For the most perfect description of the rules of socio-cultural life derived from one generation of informants may prove to be utterly irrelevant for predicting the behavior of the next generation of informants. Cognitivism, in other words, derives its credibility as a major research strategy from an implicit assumption that socio-cultural systems change very slowly or not at all. As soon as one asks how long a particular grammar of culture can go on accounting for the behavior of a particular population, cognitivists must lapse into silence. For cognitivism is totally devoid of causal theories that can account for socio-cultural differences. The struggle for culture. ACCORD in GTO Ward Goodenough, 1969:330 Culture Con. Consists of an inventory of precepts and concepts of ideational forms and a set of principles for ordering them. As a consequence of the influence of cognitivism and other idealist strategies, A whole generation of anthropologists has been reared to accept this definition of the central concept of the human sciences, a definition which implies that the etic and behavioral components of socio-cultural systems are to be studied by an as yet unborn discipline. Some anthropologists even seem to believe that culture always excluded behavior. Philip Bach, 1968-17, for example, states that Edward Tyler's definition of culture, the first ever made by a professional anthropologist, contains an emphasis upon ideas and ideals. But this is not accurate. Tyler, 1871:1, wrote that culture is a complex whole which eludes knowledge, belief, art, law, morals, custom, and any other capabilities and habits acquired by man as a member of society, to which he added, culture is a subject apt for the study of laws of human thought and action. Moreover, like most modern anthropologists, Tyler regarded material objects as an essential part of culture. In fact, Tyler devoted the bulk of his Anthropology, the first textbook to bear that title, to technology, subsistence, and material items. If Tyler wanted future anthropologists to view his beloved hand shuttles, crossbows, blowguns, drills, screws, water wheels, and other instruments, tools, and weapons merely as ideas and symbols or rules and instructions, he never said so. Material culture was the key to anthropology's successful institutionalization in museums of natural history and science, and to the corresponding absence of sociology departments from such institutions. Clark Whistler, 1923, elaborated his universal cultural patterns while curator of the American Museum of Natural History. For him, culture consisted of three main divisions: material traits, social activities, and ideas. Concern with material culture also reflects a century of collaboration between ethnologists studying cultures in the present and anthropological archaeologists studying cultures in the past. Alfred Kroeber, more than any other prominent theoretician of the first half of the 20th century, helped to make culture the central concept of anthropology. Although Kroeber, like most students of Franz Boas, was opposed to materialist strategies, his earliest definitions of culture followed Tyler's. In 1948, in his standard-setting textbook, Anthropology, culture was not yet a realm of pure idea. The mass of learned and transmitted motor reactions, habits, techniques, ideas, and values, and the behavior they induce is what constitutes culture. Kroeber, 1948:8. But several convergent trends soon induced Kroeber to modify this view. Psychological and Cognitive Idealism 279. Enter Talcott Parsons. The dominant strategy among American sociologists at mid-century was structural functionalism. Its chief architect was Talcott Parsons. Structural functionalism emphasized the causal saliency of 280 rules, values, and expectations in the maintenance of society. According to Parsons, 1967, societies have four systems: A. Expectations of role performance, B. Organization of role units into collectivities, C. Patterning of rights and obligations, and D. Commitments to values. Parsons, 1967. The last of these corresponds to what Parsons means by culture, elsewhere described by him as standards of selective orientation and ordering. Parsons, 1951:327. As the founder of the Department of Social Relations at Harvard, Parsons's influence spread into numerous subcenters with highly institutionalized training provisions for postgraduate students. Shills, 1970:796. Harvard's Department of Social Relations aimed at integrating the theories of social structure, culture, and personality. Ibid 795. The anthropologist Clyde Kluckhohn, one of the department's co-founders, upheld the interest in culture. But Kluckhohn accepted from the outset the purely emic and idealist definition of culture that was part of Parsons's scheme. Parsons's influence on anthropology was facilitated by the close intellectual and personal relationship between Kluckhohn and Kroeber, who soon produced the influential book Culture, a critical review of concepts and definitions. One can only conclude that it was Parsons's influence through Kluckhohn that led Kroeber to begin to modify the definition he had proposed in 1948. Kroeber continued to hold that culture consisted of patterns of behavior, but he and Kluckhohn now added that the essential core of culture was ideas and values. Patterns, explicit and implicit, of and for behavior acquired and transmitted by symbols, constituting the distinctive achievement of human groups, including their embodiments in artifacts. The essential core of culture consists of traditional, i.e., historically derived and selected, ideas and especially their attached values. Culture systems may, on the one hand, be considered a product of action, on the other as conditioning elements of further action. Kroeber and Kluckhohn, 1952:181. In 1958, however, Kroeber moved completely over to accommodate Parsons's scheme. He and Parsons now co-authored a concordat in which they observed that Comte and Spencer and Weber and Durkheim spoke of society as meaning essentially the same thing that Tyler meant by culture. The time had come, however, to end this condensed concept of culture and society because we believe that knowledge and interests have become sufficiently differentiated so that further distinctions need to be made and stabilized in the routine usage of the relevant professional groups. The reigning theoreticians of sociology and anthropology then exorcised the last devils of behavior from the culture concept. We suggest that it is useful to define the concept culture for most usages more narrowly than has been generally the case in the American anthropological tradition, restricting its reference to transmitted and created content and patterns of values, ideas, and other symbolic meaningful systems as factors in the shaping of human behavior and the artifacts produced through behavior. Kroeber and Parsons, 1958:583. Note that what had been patterns of and for behavior in 1952 was now patterns of values, ideas, and other symbolic meaningful systems. Behavior that in 1948 was induced by learning motor recessions, habits, techniques now was shaped exclusively by values, ideas, and other symbolic meaningful systems. This definition in fact is much more than a definition. It is an encapsulated statement of the research strategy of cultural idealism, since it explicitly gives research priority to the principle that ideas determine behavior. Additional paradigmatic consequences were spelled out, intended to reconcile cultural anthropology with other aspects of Parsons's scheme. Thus the cultural idea system was to be restricted to what I have called the emic superstructure. This was to be the main focus of cultural anthropology. Sociology, on the other hand, was to concentrate on Parsons's social system, by which was meant the specifically relational system of interaction among individuals and collectivities, IBID. This corresponds to what I have called the emics of domestic and political organization. The essence of Parsons's brand of cultural idealism has been perpetuated by a small but influential number of Harvard-trained anthropologists, including, most prominently, Clifford Geertz, who brought anthropology to the Institute for Advanced Studies at Princeton, and David Schneider, who developed the Department of Anthropology at the University of Chicago into a major center for the study of structural and superstructural emics. For Schneider, whom Parsons, 1970:859, identifies as my old student and friend, behavior is quite irrelevant to the question of whether there is or is not a cultural unit, a cultural concept, a cultural entity. Schneider, 1968:7. Culture, following Parsons, consists in the system of symbols and meanings. Psychological and Cognitive Idealism 281-282. Embedded in the normative system but which is a quite distinct aspect of IT. Schneider, 1972-38. For Geertz, to study culture is to study a semiotic field. Culture is to be interpreted as one interprets an assemblage of texts through a process of thick description. Geertz, 1972, C.F. Keesing, 1974:79. Schneider and Geertz both reject the reductionist formalisms attempted by ethnoscientists and structuralists, but their commitment to cultural idealist principles is no less intense. The role of linguistics. Acceptance of Kroeber and Parsons's dematerialized concept of culture was facilitated on both sides of the Atlantic by the strategic thrust of structural and generative linguistics. As linguistic models gained in prestige, they were taken as exemplars by both structuralists and cognitivists in search of non-causal and non-predictive but formalistic schemes for describing mental and chemic phenomena. As we have seen, formal analysis of phonological and phonemic systems by structural linguists directly influenced Levi-Strauss's concept of hidden contrastive structures. At the same time, structural linguistics provided the model for the cognitivist system of componential analysis, by which the contrastive elements in such domains as kinship terminology, botanical classifications, and color categories were elicited from informants. Z. Harris, 1951, Goodenough, 1968 186. In the United States, Noam Chomsky's, 1964, attack on B. F. Skinner's behaviorist approach to human verbal behavior was instrumental in encouraging cultural idealists to get inside people's heads as a respectable form of scientific activity. But as I pointed out in Chapter 1, there was no behaviorist tradition in cultural anthropology to attack as there was in psychology. Hence, all that Chomsky's prestige guaranteed the science of dematerialized culture was that the behavior stream would be neglected even more than it had been during the first half of the century. Chomsky's concept of deep structure was also completely convergent with and directly supportive of the tendency to view culture as a set of rules or a code for generating behavior judged appropriate by natives possessing competence in the culture. C. F. Himes, 1968. Thus linguistics provided the perfect justification for a science of culture that would be formally elegant, but non-predictive, non-causal, and divorced from the conflicts and contingencies of etic behavior. Psychological and Cognitive Idealism 283. The influence of Durkheim. One more convergent thrust toward the dematerializations of the structuralists, cognitivists, and other modern varieties of cultural idealism remains to be identified. Despite the fact that Schneider and Geertz both reject the reductionist linguistic formalisms attempted by the ethnoscientists and French structuralists, Parsonian idealism and linguistically inspired cognitivism do have common roots. As Keesing, 1974:79-80, states, Geertz's thick description implies no ethnoscience optimism that the cultural code can be formalized as a grammar, no Levi-Straussian glibness at decoding, but the key concepts of the Parsonians and structuralists have a common point of departure in the strikingly idealist viewpoints of Émile Durkheim. Durkheim was responsible for the attempt to develop a scientific, state-supported system of morality based on collective conscience and organic solidarity. C. F. Turner, 1977. Durkheim became the dominant figure in French sociology following the electoral success of the misnomered Radical Party, a centrist liberal party whose political philosophy was known as solidarism. Léon Bourgeois, the leading solidarist and premier of France from 1895 to 1896, regarded Durkheim's work as proof that Marxist class conflict could be avoided. In Durkheim's analysis, class struggle was a temporary pathology, and organic solidarity, not revolution, was the predictable outcome of industrialization. For Durkheim, as I pointed out in Chapter 7, social facts are expressions of the collective conscience or consciousness, and this conscience/consciousness is the essence of all that is technically social, a combination of super-organic consciousness and moral imperative. In short, social life is nothing but the moral milieu that surrounds the individual. Or to be more accurate, it is the sum of the moral milieus that surround the individual. By calling them moral, we mean to say that they are made up of ideas, quoted in Turner, 1974. Durkheim's book The Rules of the Sociological Method contains a consistent epistemology of socio-cultural phenomena in which collective moral ideas exterior to the individual are assumed to determine thought and actual behavior. As we have seen, minus the binary oppositions and dialectical flim-flam, Durkheim expounding on the collective conscience/collective consciousness is Levi-Strauss expounding on hidden structures, p. 167. Now Durkheim's collective conscience/collective consciousness not only inspired Levi Strauss, but it also was the direct inspiration for Parsons's definitions of the social and cultural as pure idea, Parsons, 1951. It also clearly anticipates, minus the notion of code, the cognitivists' * notion of culture as a set of rules, the moral milieu. Durkheim's influence can be traced further in the subsequent elaboration of the notion of organic solidarity. Distinguishing his position with respect to Marx and Weber on the issue of the nature of modern societies, Parsons writes, "The principal point of reference for a different view in my case has been the work of Durkheim, notably his conception of organic solidarity, 1970:855. Organic solidarity is a covert but persuasive theme in the work of L66 Strauss. It was Durkheim's student Marcel Mauss, who inspired Levi Strauss's analysis of marriage systems as reciprocal exchanges, and both Parsons and Levi Strauss repeat Durkheim's response to Marx in stressing consensus and solidarity over dissensus and conflict as the salient object of socio-cultural inquiry. Finally, there is the curious detail that even in Levi Strauss's adoption of elements of linguistics, setting structuralists off from such Parsonians as Schneider and Geertz, the influence of Durkheim can still be felt. Levi Strauss's ideas of hidden structure come from Ferdinand de Saussure's distinction between langue and parole. And what de Saussure was trying to do was nothing less than to apply Durkheim's concept of social fact in a linguistic context, that is, to separate the reality of the collective conscience that lies behind specific utterances from the unreality of the utterances themselves. Himes, 1968:355. 284. The ideological significance of culture as pure idea. The idealist expropriation of culture is not a matter of whim or taste, but a recurrent product of persistent ideological and political conditions. Idealist cultural anthropology fulfills the conservative bias inherent in institutionalized social science. The fact that individual anthropologists may engage in left liberal or radical politics while their professional activities are yoked to a grammarian's paradigm does not alter the politico-ideological thrust of their mentalistic definition of culture. What this paradox confirms is the lack of theory in the practice of contemporary radical and left liberal politics. It does not alleviate the massive ideological occlusion associated with solidarist, structuralist, and grammarian principles. While the American grammarians belong to an intellectual tradition unrelated in a narrowly conventional historical sense to Talcott Parsons or to Durkheim, all modern varieties of cultural idealism are convergent and functionally equivalent expressions of the same conservative restrictions. Like the Parsonians, the grammarians and ethnoscientists accept the system as given and seek to account for its stability. This bias protects them from the obligation of predicting or retrodicting the evolution of socio-cultural differences and similarities. Indeed, because of the epistemological clarity of the linguistic model, the grammarians go even further than the Parsonians in avoiding contact with etic behavioral events. They not only renounce prediction, but they relieve themselves of having to say what is happening in the present. Again, like the Parsonians, the grammarians offer a consensus theory of social structure. The linguistic paradigm both in French structuralism and American cognitivism reaffirms Durkheim's collective conscience. Organic solidarity is reborn in the homogeneous mental field possessing deep structures that allegedly organize the consensus of competent natives and good enough's authorities. All socio-cultural phenomena are to be accounted for in terms of this consensus. Lack of consensus and incompetent natives are epiphenomenal. Never has there been a strategy less suited to the study of conflict and political process. The subjects prohibited to modern cultural anthropology are the guts of contemporary life. No amount of knowledge of competent natives' rules and codes can account for phenomena such as poverty, underdevelopment, imperialism, the population explosion, minorities, ethnic and class conflict, exploitation, taxation, private property, pollution and degradation of the environment, the military-industrial complex, political repression, crime, urban blight, unemployment, or war. These phenomena, like everything else that is important to human beings, are the consequence of intersecting and contradictory vectors of belief, will, and power. They cannot be scientifically understood as manifestations of codes or rules. In the light of the foregoing analysis, the choice of structuralism, cognitivism, or any of their variants as a research strategy carries with psychological and cognitive idealism 285-286. It the implication that one does not believe it is possible to have an anthropology that is capable of explaining both divergent and convergent, emic and etic, socio-cultural phenomena in causal terms. I do not see how such a choice can be scientifically justified without first making an effort to achieve what is said to be unachievable. Eclecticism. I have found most of my colleagues think it unscientific to make an explicit commitment to one or another research strategy. They listen attentively to the claims and counterclaims of each strategic option, but they refuse to acknowledge a need for adopting one strategy to the exclusion of the rest. Does not science oblige researchers to keep an open mind? In the human sciences this seems like an especially good idea. With so many extreme positions being advocated at once, isn't it likely that they all have something worthwhile to offer? It scarcely seems possible that only one out of the lot could have a decisive advantage over all the others. Isn't it obvious that prudent scientists will not follow any particular strategy but rather will reserve the right to pick and choose among the whole spectrum of epistemological and theoretical principles according to whatever seems to work best for the particular problem they happen to be working on? Those who believe that prudence and common sense demand that one must avoid a commitment to any particular research strategy fail to realize that such a belief constitutes a commitment to a definite research strategy, the strategy of eclecticism. This strategy scarcely qualifies as prudent or scientifically sensible. By picking and choosing epistemological and theoretical principles to suit the convenience of 288 each puzzle, eclecticism guarantees that its solutions will remain unrelated to each other by any coherent set of principles. Hence eclecticism cannot lead to the production of a corpus of theories satisfying the criteria of parsimony and coherence. Rather, eclecticism is a prescription for perpetual scientific disaster, middle-range theories, contradictory theories, and unparsimonious theories without end. Definition of eclecticism. Sociologist Arthur Stinchcombe, 1968:4-6, identifies his point of view as deliberately eclectic. This means, I have a firm conviction that some things are to be explained one way and some another. If one approach does not work, the theorist should try another. According to Stinchcombe, social scientists must be adept at all kinds of approaches so that they will never be at a loss for alternative explanations. In a similar vein, anthropologist Jack Goody, 1973:208, remarks, if some see anthropology as the sociology of other cultures, and if others insist upon an evolutionary or developmental approach, there should be no questions of engaging in one of these and rejecting everything else. The approach, like the technique, depends upon the question you ask and the material you're dealing with. I will discuss the consequences of Goody's eclecticism later on in this chapter. Elman Services, 1969:406, Down with Prime Movers, is eclecticism in a more aggressive mood. Could technology be sometimes a determiner of evolutionary changes in certain other aspects of culture? Yes. Could competition or conflict among individuals be sometimes? Yes. Could competition or conflict among societies be sometimes? Yes. Could consciously formed social and political schemes and plans be sometimes? Yes. Ibid, 1969:407-408. Cultural materialists would also answer all of these questions in the affirmative. Obviously all sectors of socio-cultural systems may some. Eclecticism 289 times be determinant. Hence such questions are hopelessly vague. Why ask first and foremost if technology, competition, or political schemes are sometimes determiners of evolutionary changes? Science does not set out from a concern with what sometimes happens, science sets out from a concern with what generally happens. Cultural materialism asserts that infrastructure generally determines structure and superstructure. Eclecticism consists of the refusal to state what generally determines what. Therefore it cannot organize the collection of data around the task of testing what can generally be expected to account for socio-cultural differences and similarities. Inadvertently, it organizes the collection of data around the task of testing what can least be expected to account for socio-cultural differences and similarities. The hallmark of eclecticism is not that it regards all strategic options as equally probable or all sectors of socio-cultural systems as equally determinative under all conditions. Such assertions are entirely too definite, too dogmatic for the eclectic strategy. To be eclectic is to be strategically agnostic in no definable manner. It is to grant only that all strategic options might be equally probable. But it is to deny that there is sufficient reason to justify anyone's belief that they actually are equally probable. Similarly, to follow an eclectic strategy is to grant that all sectors of socio-cultural systems might be equally determinative, but it is not to insist that they actually are equally determinative. Versatility is not eclecticism. Many anthropologists resent criticisms of eclecticism because they incorrectly equate eclecticism with the freedom to indulge in a wide variety of research interests. W. is wrong with being interested in music, mythology, the dance, back-scratchers, and sand painting as well as in the modes of production and reproduction? Nothing. Eclectics cannot be faulted for their wide-ranging curiosity, and the definition of eclecticism has nothing whatsoever to do with this issue. Cultural materialism no less than eclecticism embraces everyday as well as exotic phenomena, seeks the solution of mental, behavioral, emic, etic, infrastructural, structural, and superstructural, diachronic and synchronic puzzles. The point at issue is not the range of problems considered by eclectics, but the range of the principles they employ to solve them. Nor is eclecticism to be confused with methodological versatility. 290. The choice of methodology is an issue that is entirely separate from the choice of epistemological or theoretical principles. Methodologies are the means one employs to test hypotheses and theories. Cultural materialism places no restrictions on methodological techniques as long as they conform to the need for public and replaceable operations in conformity with the general epistemological principles of the scientific way of knowing. Cultural materialists no less than eclectics insist that different theories should be tested by different methodologies. Cultural materialists no less than eclectics rely on emic, etic, participant and non-participant, qualitative, quantitative, single culture, cross-cultural, archival, archaeological, biological, ecological, demographic, and linguistic methods, depending on the nature of the specific theory under consideration. Eclecticism cannot be distinguished from cultural materialism by the kinds of methodologies used to test theories, but by the kind of principles used to construct the theories to be tested. Consequences of eclecticism. Eclecticism results in theories that do not link up with or interpenetrate each other and that are often mutually exclusive. Eclecticism produces this result not because its practitioners operate without hypotheses but because they operate with too many. Eclecticism is not mere narrow, Baconian inductionism. One can advocate the importance of the interplay between theory, even macro theory, and the collection of facts, and still practice eclecticism. Thus eclectics are often interested in producing theories of relatively broad scope. But it is no more reasonable to suppose that such theories will be mutually compatible and interpenetrating than it is to suppose that research conducted in a pure inductionist vein will lead to powerful hypotheses. Eclectics are not disturbed by the jumble of isolated and contradictory theories hitherto produced under eclectic auspices. They believe that with the passage of time and the accumulation of more data, a more unified vision will emerge. If this does not happen, then one can conclude that the chaotic condition of theory is faithful to the disorderly nature of human phenomena. To this I would respond, first, the more time that is given, and the more resources, the less likely it becomes that a synthesis will ever be made out of the eclectic corpus, and second, the fragmentation and inconsistency does not reflect the nature of socio-cultural phenomena but rather the absence of principles. Eclecticism 291. Capable of directing research efforts consistently along lines that could conceivably produce a coherent corpus of interpenetrating theories. Holocultural chaos. To illustrate what I mean by the fragmentation and inconsistency of eclecticism, let us turn to Raoul Nerel's 1973 summary of theories that have been tested statistically against cross-cultural samples. Nerel calls such theories holocultural theories, since they are intended as generalizations about all cultures, or all known cultures of a certain type. Nerel's eclecticism is more or less explicit. For example, in discussing the option of explaining human behavior in terms of genes, climate, diet, pathology, roles, values, social relationships, or psychogenic factors, he states, "It seems clear to me that each of these modes of explanation is sometimes important. Conscientious behavioral scientists seeking to explain culture cannot a priori rule out any one of them." Ibid 348. Nerel sets out to defend the holocultural method by listing all the holocultural theories I could find, Ibid 3io. The resulting corpus, consisting of 152 studies, covers a broad variety of topics. Nerel classifies as follows. Kinship main sequence kinship theory. Structural analysis of kinship systems. Kin avoidances. Inheritance. Marriage. Divorce. Origin myths. Cultural evolution. Weak to strong. Generalists to specialists. Simple organizations to complex organizations. Rural to urban. Wealth sharing to wealth hoarding. Consensual leadership to authoritative leadership. Responsible elite to exploitative elite. Vengeance war to political war. Lifestyles and cultural evolution. Art styles. Games and riddles. Song and dance styles. Theology. Need for achievement orientation. Deference patterns. Other traits. Child rearing and adult behavior. Cultural maintenance systems and child training and personality traits. Child training and projective systems. Child training and physiology. Social setting and antisocial behavior. Alcoholism. Crime. Internal war. Frustration and aggression. Suicide. Witchcraft accusations. For each of the theories, Nerel evaluates the validity of the sampling procedures and of the other logical and statistical methods employed, a task he is superbly qualified to carry out. I don't want to question the validity of holocultural studies as a method for testing theories. One have long urged that they be $0 employed. Rather one intend to question the value of the corpus of theories upon which Nerel lavishes so much effort. My contention is that despite the empirical soundness of the theories treated by Nerel, the entire set diminishes rather than enhances our understanding of socio-cultural causality. The first thing that one notices about these studies, or at least Nerel's approach to them, is that they are not based upon any shared understanding of the universal structure of socio-cultural systems. The labels under which they appear are obviously not coordinated with 29a. Eclecticism 293. Infrastructural, structural, or superstructural components, nor with mental/behavioral or emic/etic distinctions. Second, it is apparent that the studies have not been carried out with any shaped commitment to both diachronic and synchronic correlations and causal processes. If such a commitment existed, it would not be possible to carry out kinship, child rearing and adult behavior, or social setting and antisocial behavior studies apart from the two categories of theories labeled evolutionary cultural evolution and lifestyles and cultural evolution. Whatever the specific theories may be under the non-evolutionary rubrics, they cannot be very powerful theories, since they evidently fail to control for conditions that are subject to evolutionary change. Let us examine some of the specific theories falling into this category. Alcoholism. According to Nerel, Ibid 345, holoculture studies prove that high insobriety ratings are more likely to be found at lower levels of social development, as reflected in one or more of the following: foraging economy, nomadic settlements, small settlements, little political ramification, hierarchy as, and little social stratification. 6 holocultural studies are cited in support of this theory, but I can offer absolute guarantees that the theory obfuscates the fundamental causal chain that has led to alcoholism in modern populations. The production of potent alcoholic beverages on a large scale depends upon the domestication of plants and the development, fermentation and distilling technologies by sedentary village and state-level societies. Thus the theory cannot apply to foraging, nomadic, and unstratified societies prior to the evolution of the state or prior the contact with state-level, colonial, systems. The reason that soci-TLFS at lower levels of social development now show high rates of alcoholism cannot be understood apart from the stresses created by contact with the societies providing them with alcohol. This applies to all the native peoples of the United States and Canada, none of whom possessed inebriating alcoholic beverages prior to the European invasion. 294. Crime and internal war. Nerral believes that Bacon, Child, and Berry, 1963, have proved that theft and personal assault are more frequent where opportunity for the young boy to identify himself with his father was limited or absent altogether. Nerral, 1973:346. Nerral evaluates the study as one having a high degree of validity judged from a technical point of view, see chart, IBID 1322. Yet the theory that crime is caused by the absence of fathers is fundamentally misleading. Obviously there are other factors in crime that are not implicated in the theory, such factors as class, ethnic, and racial conflicts, glaring wealth differences, unemployment, urban decay, and so forth. To be sure, the theory does not state that absence of fathers is the only cause of theft and assault. But it is the special weakness of eclecticism to suppose that there is no way short of actually carrying out additional tests involving these factors to judge whether other factors are more or less important than absence of father. One contend that without such a preliminary sense of research priorities, not only will minor or peripheral factors constantly be put forward as if they were major or central, but the entire body of theory will be disjointed and riddled with logical contradictions. This is borne out by Nerrall's discussion of internal war, which follows immediately after the discussion of crime. According to Nerral, in primitive societies, strong internal conflict such as feuding stems from the presence of localized groups of related males who support one another in conflict situations, IBID 1346. Now these fraternal interest groups include fathers and sons. Hence this theory manifestly contradicts the previous one, which in effect attributes a high incidence of violent assaults to the absence of fathers. Present fathers in one case and absent fathers in the other, both lead to violent assaults. The theory that absent fathers leads to belligerent sons might be improved by adding the proviso except in band and village societies. But many other provisos are needed. The effect of father's absence upon juvenile assault rates is modified by whether residence is urban or rural, whether we are talking about capitalist or socialist economies, by whether there are superordinate or subordinate classes, castes, and ethnic statuses, and so forth. In other words, the theory that crime is caused by absent fathers is a middle-range theory which can be saved from falsification only by drastically restricting its range of applicability. Such a theory explains neither crime and violence nor relationships between fathers and sons. Eclecticism 295. Puberty rights. Eclectic theories also suffer from their tendency to accept crucial sets of causal variables as givens in order to facilitate the study of the effects of less important variables. For example, John Whiting's, 1969, Theory of the Causes of Severe Male Puberty Rights, which also appears in Nerrall's list, illustrates how this practice tends to fragment one's knowledge of causal processes. Nerral lacks confidence in W. H. Whiting's theory, but on methodological grounds not related to the point I wish to make. Severe male puberty rights are characterized by circumcision or other mutilations, prolonged seclusion, beatings, and trials of courage and stamina. As one mentioned in the previous chapter, p. 264, Whiting shows that such rights are correlated with a number of variables: 1. Protein scarcity, 2. Nursing of infants for more than a year, 3. Postpartum taboo on sex for more than a year, 4. Polygyny, 5. Domestic sleeping arrangements in which mother and child sleep together and father sleeps elsewhere, 6. Women in control of children during early childhood, and 7. Patrilocality. Charles Harrington and John Whiting, 1972:492, give this explanation of the links in Whiting's theory. Low protein availability and the risk of kwashiorkor were correlated with an extended postpartum sex taboo to allow mother time to nurse the infant through the critical stage before becoming pregnant again. The postpartum sex taboo was significantly correlated with the institution of polygyny, providing alternate sexual outlets to the male. Polygyny in turn is associated with mother-child households, child training by women, resultant cross-sex identity, and where patrilocality is also present, with initiation rights to resolve the conflict and properly inculcate male identity. Italics added. These relationships can be diagrammed as follows. Low protein. Prolonged nursing masculine male personality I postpartum sex taboo severe male initiation polygyny I mother-child household cross-sex identification 1 child training by women. Whiting's scheme implicates infrastructural variables production of protein in the explanation of all variables except patrilocality. But what causes patrilocality? Moreover, Whiting's scheme makes severe male initiations intelligible only as a result of a postulated complex psychodynamic process, a sex identity conflict. A more parsimonious theory of broader scope and wider applicability can easily be constructed by relating patrilocality to infrastructure, by making psychological processes dependent on material conditions, and by adding causal variables arbitrarily neglected by Whiting. Ecological stress L warfare I male superordination. Patrilocality polygyny. Special training for aggression for males, initiations, ordeals, vision quests. In this model, severe initiation rights for boys are viewed as consistent with male superordination and the needs of fraternal interest groups involved in intensive warfare. Unlike Whiting, I see no structural conflict in the fact that women train infants and small children. Such a conflict would exist only if women did not treat little boys and girls differently, which seems unlikely, or if women trained boys to be submissive, even more unlikely. The model predicts that the severity of the rights is governed by the severity of warfare involving fraternal interest groups, and that if there is intensive warfare men will frequently sleep away from women and children regardless of whether there is prolonged nursing or a postpartum sex taboo. Also, the model indicates why men are not subject to the postpartum sex taboo, sex being the reward for aggressive masculinity, as explained in Chapter 4. To sum up, under eclectic auspices it is possible to continue to construct theories of middle scope and middle applicability indefinitely without linking one theory to another. The eclectic strategy is therefore an excellent source of proliferating research tasks, but it is a highly 296. Prolonged nursing. Postpartum sex taboo. Men sleep away from women. Women train infants and small children. Eclecticism 297. Inefficient way to study the causes of socio-cultural differences and similarities. The limited good of the image of limited good. The mark of an incoherent corpus of theories is the existence side by side of contradictory theories in the work of a single researcher. A classic case occurs in the work of George Foster. According to Foster, 1967, the peasants of Tzintzuntzan, a village in the Tarascan region of Mexico, are the victims of an emic and mental complex which he calls the image of limited good. This image consists of a set of values, attitudes, and beliefs to the effect that life must always be a dreary struggle, that very few people can achieve success, and that those who achieve success do so at the expense of other people. By image of limited good, one mean that Tzintzuntsinos see their social, economic, and natural universes, their total environment, as one in which all desired things in life such as land, other forms of wealth, health, friendship, love, manliness, honor, respect, power, influence, security, and safety exist in absolute quantities insufficient to fill even minimal needs of villagers. Consequently, it follows that an individual or a family can improve its position only at the expense of others. Hence, any significant improvement is perceived as a threat to all individuals and families. Ibid. 123-124. Foster's study is concerned in its entirety with showing how this cognitive orientation expresses itself in every domain of village life. Speaking like a cultural idealist, Foster declares, "The first, and basic argument advanced in these pages, from which the other arguments follow, is that all normative group behavior, the culture of every society, is a function of a particular understanding of the conditions that delimit and determine life, a correlate of certain implicit assumptions, of which the average person is totally unaware. In Tsinsanzan, and in other peasant societies, this particular understanding can be described by the image of limited good." Ibid 350, italics added. Continuing in the same idealist strategic vein, Foster claims that if the changes that are going on in Mexico are going to lead to a better and 298 happier life for Tsinsanzinos, instead of to social unrest, then the first thing that must be gotten rid of is the image. Hence, in listing the fundamental factors which hold back the village, and which must be solved if the first of our two alternative futures, better and happier life, is to be achieved, we must put at or near the top increasingly outdated assumptions about conditions that govern life. Ibid. This conviction, however, does not prevent Foster on the very same page from assuring us that the image is not the major factor holding back Tsinsanzan and other peasant villages. Ibid. Speaking now as a materialist, he goes on to declare that the villager's inherent economic potential, its natural resources, its geographical location, the national and international demand for its present and its potential products, and its population growth, is the key factor. Ibid 351, italics added. If that is the case, why then has Foster devoted the entire book to the study of the image? Why has he not studied the inherent economic potential, geographical location, the national and international markets, and so forth? Noting that it is the image and not the infrastructure Foster discusses, James Acheson, 1972, takes Foster to task for exaggerating the superstructural and emic variables in underdevelopment. Acheson shows on the basis of his own research in another Tarascan community that when economic opportunities are present in the infrastructure, the image does not prevent people from taking advantage of them. Actually, Foster himself unwittingly shows that the people of Tsinsanzan were so little constrained by the image that they were readily gulled into a series of disastrous business ventures promulgated by irresponsibly development experts. See Harris, 1980. Defending himself, Foster says he holds with Acheson that the primary reasons that most individuals do not act to raise per capita income is that no opportunities exist. Foster, 1974:55. But in the very next paragraph, Foster once again contradicts himself. Acheson's understanding of the economic motivation, however, is unnecessarily limiting. He fails to recognize that the bare presence of economic opportunity alone is not what counts. It is the perception of this opportunity, the recognition of its possibilities on the part of the entrepreneur, his basic ability, and the absence of socio-cultural and personality factors sufficiently strong to dissuade him from action that converts the potential of the situation into an actuality. Ibid 155-56. Foster then sends forth the familiar eclectic battle cry against simplistic, monistic determinism. We shall never formulate development theory from simplistic economic explanations alone, but from careful, cautious, broadly based analyses of all the economic, political, historical, social and psychological factors that are at play in modern Mexico. Ibid 157. Unfortunately, Atkinson doesn't tell Foster that no one can study all the economic, political, historical, social, and psychological factors at play in modern Mexico. Instead, he says that what WC need is not pious reminders that the problem is difficult and complicated, but, rather, specific studies attempting to pinpoint the exact set of socio-cultural, personality-infrastructure factors affecting development in specific locales. Atkinson, 1974:61. No. That is not what we need either. We need is a coherent research strategy. Eclecticism 299. WHO needs the image. The strategic alternative in development studies that Atkinson implicitly pursued but failed to express is this: let us persist in the examination of the etic variables, infrastructure first, structure second, seeking the fullest possible understanding of economic growth and its concomitant emic features in relation to these variables. Let us postpone the conclusion that any specific emic or superstructural factors are vital for an understanding of the variance in economic growth until a serious attempt has been made to account for that variance in terms of etic and behavioral infrastructural and structural factors, and until it has been shown that the emic and mental aspects of the situation cannot be explained in terms of these same factors. It so happens that Foster's image of the limited good is unnecessary for an explanation of the level of economic growth in Tsintzan. Foster himself inadvertently admits this when he states that the image of limited good is not a crippling false consciousness but a rather realistic appraisal of the facts of life in a society where economic success or failure is determined by forces beyond one's control or comprehension. For the underlying, fundamental truth is that in an economy like Tsintzan's, hard work and thrift are moral qualities of only the slightest functional value. Because of the limitations on land and technology, additional hard work does not produce a significant increment in income. It is pointless to talk of thrift in a subsistence economy, because usually there is no surplus with which to be thrifty. Foresight, with careful planning for the future, is also a virtue of dubious value in a world in which the best laid plans must rest on a foundation of chance and capriciousness. Foster, 1967:150. It follows from this that one ought to study the etic and behavioral infrastructural and structural conditions limiting the development of Mexico's peasantry. For example, a national system of class relations clearly has a great deal to do with the subordinate status of the people who live in villages like Tsintzan. And there is an international system of political and economic relationships that subordinates Mexico's economy to the material interests of the developed industrial nations. Foster's attempt to focus attention on emic and mental factors in the underdevelopment equation therefore constitutes a diversion of research effort away from the factors most likely to account for the observed variance in economic welfare. Where material benefits clearly outweigh material costs, peasants in the aggregate are as likely as anyone else to perceive their own advantage correctly, regardless of the extant system of values and attitudes provided, of course, that their perceptions are not subject to continued manipulation by classes or factions that benefit from the status quo. 300. The poverty of culture. Oscar Lewis's concept of the culture of poverty is an exact analog of Foster's image of limited good, developed under the same eclectic auspices, but applied to urban rather than rural poverty. Lewis, like Foster and the structural Marxists, wants his materialism and his idealism too. Indeed, he describes himself as an eclectic materialist. My theoretical position in anthropology has a good deal in common with Harris's cultural materialism. My major disagreement with Harris is that there is very little room for the human element in his system of environmental and techno-economic determinism. I think of myself rather as an eclectic materialist. Lewis, 1970:8, italics added. Eclecticism 301. What Lewis means by human in this context is paying attention to the mental and emic aspects of social life. But cultural materialism, as one have said repeatedly, does not neglect these aspects of social life, it merely seeks to demystify their causes. So-called humanists might argue that by following an eclectic strategy Lewis arrives at an explanation of poverty that is more human because it is fragmented, unparsimonious, and illogical. But there is nothing especially humane about Lewis's explanation of urban poverty, since like Foster's explanation of peasant poverty, it leads to the conclusion that the poor are partially if not wholly to blame for their plight. This kind of rhetoric obscures the basic issue. Regardless of who is more humane or human, Lewis's eclectic materialism does not lead to a coherent explanation of poverty. According to Lewis, the culture of poverty is both a self-perpetuating set of values governing behavior and an adaptation and reaction of the poor to their marginal position in a class-stratified, highly individuated capitalist society. Lewis, 19663:21. The self-perpetuating nature of poverty allegedly arises from the inculturation experience of children born into pauperized families. By the time slum children are 6 or 7, they have usually absorbed the basic attitudes and values of their subculture. Thereafter they are psychologically unready to take full advantage of changing conditions or improving opportunities that may develop in their lifetime. Like Foster, Lewis pictures the poor as fearful, suspicious, and apathetic toward the major institutions of the larger society. They have a strong present-time orientation with relatively little disposition to defer gratification and plan for the future, coupled with a sense of resignation and fatalism. Lewis carefully hedges his estimate of the self-reinforcing power of ideology. He says that only 20% of the urban poor actually have the culture of poverty, implying that 80% fall into the category of those whose poverty results from etic conditions rather than from emic heritage or design for poverty living. Although Lewis does not explain why only 20% of the poor are victims of their own values, there is no doubt that he enhanced the popular appeal of his theory by this apparently sensible balancing of emic and etic factors. Isn't it plain common sense that to some extent at least the poor are unable to take advantage of real opportunities because their values prevent them from doing so? Doesn't cultural materialism admit that there is a feedback between emics and etics? Couldn't the 20% be a measure of the variance for which the material conditions are unable to account? Not at all. Obviously in the United States children of the poor tend to be poor. But Lewis is well aware of the fact that abject poverty is not found in all varieties of contemporary state societies. Norway and Sweden, for example, simply do not have a poverty class. If the traits Lewis attributes to the culture of poverty are not universal, then the first requisite of a theory of abject poverty is to identify the conditions under which abject poverty occurs. Lewis himself links the culture of poverty with capitalism, see above, but he fails to analyze the etic factors within certain capitalist societies that guarantee the existence of a mercilessly pauperized class. Thus Lewis avoids the otherwise inescapable conclusion that not 80% but 100% of the extreme forms of poverty in the United States is due to the etic aspects of capitalism in the United States. None of the victims of the culture of poverty are victims of a self-replicating design for living because every aspect of that design for living is determined by the etic infrastructure and structure of U.S. capitalism. The poor are not victims of their own values, rather, they are victims, as Anthony Leeds has put it, of certain kinds of labor markets which are structured by the condition of national technology, available capital resources, enterprise location, training institutions, relation to foreign and internal markets, balance of trade relations, and the nature of the profit system of capitalist societies. The forms and characteristics of the labor market can be predicted from states of these variables, and with that prediction also the states and rates of un- and underemployment can be reasonably predicted. These are not independent traits of some supposed culture, but characteristics or indices of certain kinds of total economic systems. Leeds, 1970:246. I hasten to point out that by rejecting in its entirety Lewis's explanation of poverty, I am not denying that there is feedback between the emic and etic components of capitalist societies. Certainly aspects of Lewis's culture of poverty help to explain why the pauperized stratum in the United States is unable to organize itself into an effective political force. The ignorance, demoralization, fatalism, suspicion, ill health, and fears of the poverty class help to perpetuate the dismal plight not only of the poor but of the working class as well. They do so by lowering 302. Eclecticism 303. The capacity of the victims to fight back effectively and thereby make the overall system more secure despite its glaring inequalities. But responsibility for the system as a whole cannot be prorated equally among the superordinate and subordinate classes. The values of the culture of poverty, like all cognitive patterns, arise in response to finite material conditions. The poor cannot control these conditions precisely because they are poor. These conditions in turn will persist as long as the systemic basis for a poverty class persists. I do not intend to deny the possibility that the poor can play a role in the development of a political economic system with no poverty class. Nor do I intend to deny that values have a vital role to play if the poor are to be mobilized effectively on behalf of radically transforming the poverty-producing labor market and poverty-producing profit system. The point Lewis fails to make and his analysis obscures is that the values appropriate for mobilizing the poor in a struggle against the systemic causes of poverty are quite different from the values that help individuals escape from the poverty class. To change the system, the appropriate values are not those that lead to individual upward mobility but those that question the legitimacy of the concentration of wealth and power in super-rich families and corporate empires, values about political action on behalf of a more equitable distribution of wealth and economic opportunity. Thus both system-maintaining and system-transforming values must be considered in the feedback between infrastructure and superstructure. Lewis concerned himself only with the system-maintaining values and incorrectly attributed the ethics of poverty to the emics of the poor. Cultural materialism differs from eclecticism in that it views both kinds of values as dependent variables, as manifestations of etic conditions. The cultural materialist approach to poverty is concerned with both system-maintaining and system-transforming material conditions and with the dependent system-maintaining and system-transforming superstructures that arise in relation to the infrastructural conditions. Material pauperization and exploitation breed not only apathy but also anger and revolutionary zeal. The latter in turn incite material and ideological counterattacks by the superordinacy classes. In predicting the outcome of this complex process, cultural materialism has no magic formula to offer. It merely insists that socio-cultural transformations in general are likely to be determined by the material conditions of the infrastructure and of the other etic components. Predictions about the 304 transformation of a specific society thus require careful scrutiny of the specific infrastructure as the first line of research. Lewis's first line of research in approaching the problem of poverty was not the infrastructure, rather, it was the emics of the poverty class. The confusion and incomprehension resulting from such a strategy cannot be mitigated by calling oneself a materialist, much less by calling oneself an eclectic materialist. Quitting Ederle. From The cultural materialist viewpoint, the chief vice of eclecticism is that it discourages researchers who encounter the least bit of difficulty from persisting in the attempt to identify plausible infrastructural determinants. The most irritating examples of eclectic retreats from materialism are those which follow hard on the heels of partial success with an infrastructural theory. Yes, this devilish infrastructural theory success, the researcher says. But fear not, I am no devil worship J. The fact that an infrastructural component was dominant here, $JJJ$V not mean that infrastructure is dominant everywhere. SLTF Jack Goody /FC A nation of differences between Eurasian and sub-Saharan African spites is a case in point. Goody wants to know why in general the ruling Iflial elites of African states married bigamously, paid bride price, did not devolve property upon their daughters, whereas the ruler Japetail elites of Eurasian states married endogamously, did not pay brike Jafs, and devolved property upon their daughters in the form of dowdy as outlined in Chapter 4, Goody's, 1976. Explanation relates these differences to the intensity of Eurasian and African agriculture. The absence of the plough in Africa south of the Sahara, except for Ethiopia, blocked the development of an elite whose power derived from control over land and agricultural labor. Without the plow, population density remained low and land remained relatively abundant. If there is a plentiful supply of land, no man need bend his knee to a lord simply in order to get a living. The power of the African elites derived from taxes on trade, and obligatory gifts from traders rather than on rent or taxes on agricultural production. One man's holdings was much like another's. Therefore the chief's sisters could marry commoners, since the living standards of the family groups that exploited the land were little affected by the transmission inheritance. Eclecticism 305. Of the means of production. Goody neglects to add that chiefs obtained political advantages by marrying women from a large number of villages and that they benefited economically from the heavy bride price paid for their sisters and daughters. In Eurasia, on the other hand, where population density was higher, land more valuable, and access to it more restricted, the elite's daughters could not marry commoners without losing their privileged way of life. To maintain the socio-economic standing of his sons and daughters, a man had to provide them both with part of his property. In the case of the girl, her position enabled her to acquire a husband who would, in the well-worn phrase, maintain her in the standard of life to which she was accustomed. Through the medium of the dower. Ibid. 109. As Goody also points out, dowry frequently constitutes a conjugal fund administered jointly by husband and wife. Since joint conjugal funds would be difficult to administer if husbands had plural wives, the trend toward monogamy in the Eurasian feudal states may also be linked to the increasing importance of landed wealth and the intensification of plow agriculture. The defects in Goody's theory arise from his fear of the materialist devil and his consequent reluctance to explore the infrastructural conditions responsible for state formation on a global basis. His infrastructural theory accounts for the specific features of African states, but it stands apart from and contradicts other infrastructural theories of state formation. It cannot, for example, be reconciled with theories of state formation applicable to the New World. There were neither plows nor plow animals in Mesoamerica and the Andes, yet elite marriages were conspicuously endogamous, and there was no dowry. To understand why Aztec and Inca domestic and political hierarchies were more rigid than those of West Africa, Goody would have to probe more deeply into the whole demo-techno-econo-environmental conjunction and not just into the presence or absence of the plow. Technology has little significance apart from the other infrastructural components. One might at least expect some reference to the difference between plows in rainfall and irrigation contexts. Goody also disregards the fact that although the plow was used throughout Eurasia, the range of political-economic differences within Eurasian polities was at least as great as the range represented by the contrast between medieval Europe and West Africa. He also treats the problem of dowry in a fragmented fashion. This institution cannot be understood merely as a mechanism of property devolution. Men pay dowry on behalf of daughters, not on behalf of sons. Almost everywhere in Eurasian peasant societies the woman's share of family property is inferior to that of her brothers and usually consists of movable wealth rather than land. It is therefore incorrect to say that dowry is a form of premortem inheritance. In many instances it is a form of female premortem disinheritance, functioning not to devolve landed property but to consolidate its control among the senior male heirs. Goody's theory represents a limited exploration of the infrastructural processes. Pursued further, it might plausibly account for these additional quandaries. But Goody thinks that it would be counterproductive to continue to adhere to a vulgar materialist perspective. In seeing systems of kinship as being related to the economic and political differences between states in Africa and Eurasia, I am not of course denying the existence of other important differences that cannot be explained in this way. Nor am I trying to assign a universal preeminence to, or determination by, economic or material factors, though their role, in the last instance, I take as given, a statement I find neither very surprising nor very illuminating. One does not have to be a vulgar materialist to understand that hunters and gatherers do not have centralized systems of government. Except at this level, there is unlikely to be a one-to-one relationship between economy and polity. WC need to search for the other relevant factors, which may certainly include religious and ideological ones. In some cases the causal chain or arc takes one direction, in other cases a different one. Ibid. 118-119. Why abandon a research strategy just as it begins to make sense out of a whole series of previously unsolved riddles? True enough, Goody's exploration of the possibilities of vulgar materialism is flawed. But in comparison with earlier attempts to explain African political systems, his contribution is outstanding. Goody's mentors, Meyer Fortes and E. Evans Pritchard, 1940, both noted for their opposition to materialist principles, had left the field in total chaos. Fortes and Evans Pritchard held that in Africa there was no relationship between higher population density and state formation. Unlike Goody, Fortes and Evans Pritchard were even unwilling to grant that hunters and gatherers do not have centralized systems of government. Goody's interest in the significance of the absence of the plough in Africa took shape during his attempt to rebut Robert Stevenson's, 1968, Critique of 306. Eclecticism 307. Fortes and Evans Pritchard. Goody, 1973:206, insisted that Stevenson's defense of a population density/state formation hypothesis in Africa was wrong*, but unlike his mentors, he felt obliged to say why Africa was different from Eurasia. His answer, as we have seen, was couched in materialist terms. Because of the absence of the plough, African state formation centered on control over trade rather than on the agricultural surplus made available by intensive agriculture. This line of inquiry turned out to be richly rewarding. By following it, Goody reached his interesting but incomplete explanation of the difference between Eurasian and African systems of marriage, inheritance, and class structure. Why, then, does Goody end his book by insisting on the need to search for the other relevant factors of religion and ideology? Why does he not end his book by suggesting that greater attention be paid to infrastructural conditions as the source of these other relevant factors? The answer to these queries is not that Goody has made a serious attempt to probe the remaining puzzles from an infrastructural point of view and found them wanting, but that he is committed to an eclectic strategy. Here are his reasons for why we need to search for other relevant factors, which may certainly include religious and ideological ones. In some circumstances the latter may not be merely contributory but dominant. For example, certain written codes which I find to be consistent with or even expressions of diverging devolution inheritance, may be extended to other very different types of society by process of imperial conquest or religious conversion. It is precisely this way that Christian, European, Muslim and Buddhist codes have reached into areas that might otherwise have Fortes claimed that the Talensi of northern Ghana were acephalous and yet had a higher population density than most African states. Stevenson protested that the Talensi were not acephalous but were in fact part of the Mamprasi kingdom. Goody rejoined that the Talensi were not part of the Mamprasi kingdom when first contacted by the British in the late 19th century. However, he admitted that the Talensi were refugees driven into the Tong Hills and compacted there as a result of the brigandage and slave raiding carried out by members of both the Mamprasi and Mossi states prior to the arrival of the British. The presence of superordinate lineages identified with the Mossi further enhances the possibility that the Talensi were at one time under more direct control of the states surrounding them, Hart, N.D. Hence, despite Goody's acerbic charges, the basic thrust of Stevenson's criticism remains unchallengeable. In order to understand the high population density of the Talensi, one must view them not as an isolated acephalous society, as Fortes had proposed, but as a society closely dependent on the state system surrounding them in pre-European times. 308. Taint features we have associated with the separation of male and female property. Goody, 1976:119. How valid a reason is this for downgrading infrastructural conditions in favor of religious and ideological factors as strategic determinants of domestic organization? Obviously no one denies that Islam, Buddhism, and Christianity prescribe different patterns of marriage and the family. but if one wants to know how determinative religious and ideological factors have been in such matters as polygyny, sex roles, and inheritance, merely invoking religious tradition is a cop-out. To begin with, there is the question of why Christianity, Islam, or Buddhism achieved their particular geographic distributions. All the major world religions were spread primarily by means of imperial conquests that can only be understood in relationship to the struggle for control over material resources and human labor power. Then there is the question of the enormous variation in the etic practice of these religions, not to mention the perpetual attempts to interpret and reinterpret doctrines, all of which contribute to the rise and fall of thousands of sects, movements, and cults adapted to local infrastructural conditions. Religion and ideology cannot be said to explain anything about domestic organization unless a systematic effort has been made to show that the actual etic practices were not determined by structural or infrastructural conditions. Quitting early precludes eclectics from making the necessary systematic effort. Bayesian eclecticism. Eclecticism was the dominant research strategy in the United States during the first half of the century. Under the pervasive influence of Franz Boas, American anthropologists devoted themselves to the collection of field data over a broad range of topics roughly corresponding to Whistler's scheme of universal categories. All aspects of social life from subsistence to art were considered equally relevant to the ethnographic enterprise and to the eventual formulation of hoped-for laws of cultural development. In promoting their brand of eclecticism, the Boasians systematically attempted to disprove the Marxian point of view that subsistence, economics, and other material conditions provided the best road to historical understanding. There was no royal road to history, they insisted. They mislabeled Marxian material. Eclecticism 309. Ism as a monistic or single-factor approach, ignoring the multi-factor nature of infrastructure, and proclaimed the impossibility of explaining anything so complex as human phenomena by means of a simplistic single-factor theory. Simplistic, monistic materialism could never account for the vast number of historically specific irrational and quixotic aspects of socio-cultural life. We do not see how art styles, the form of ritual or the special forms of religious belief could possibly be derived from economic forces, wrote Boas, 1948:256. Boas was confident that no one would ever be able to formulate a general law capable of dealing with the relationship between economics and political organization. We have simple industries and complex organization, and diverse industries and complex organization, Ibid 1266. Ditto for environmental factors. It is fruitless to try to explain culture in geographical terms, Ibid. Ditto for domestic organization, there is no evidence that density of population, stability of location, or economic status is necessarily connected with a particular system of relationship and of behavior connected with it, Boas, 1938:680. Boas's rejection of infrastructural determinism was not intended merely to put an end to theories implicating material conditions. Rather, it was intended to show the futility of trying to understand culture by means of a restricted set of theoretical principles. In setting out to do field research, Boas believed that the ethnographer ought to leave behind all preconceived notions of causality. The facts from the various sectors of socio-cultural life must be given an opportunity to speak for themselves. So little did the facts speak for themselves, however, that after 40 years of research among the Quakiotl, Boas was unable to provide a coherent summary of Quakiotl social life. The ethnography of the Quakiotl had to be distilled posthumously by Boas's students, Kodera, 1966, Rohner, 1969. Among the Boasians, the most intrepid critic of infrastructural interpretations of history was Robert Lowy, 1920. Ranging over the entire ethnographic literature, Lowy cited example upon example of traits and institutions that appeared to be inexplicable from a materialist viewpoint: class stratification and irrational destruction of property among the hunting-gathering Nootka, private land holdings among the hunting-gathering Algonquians, Vedas, and Queensland Aborigines, warfare among the Crow and other Plains Indians for the prestige that came from acts of bravado, rejection of milk by the Chinese for aesthetic reasons, failure of the Shilluk, Zulu, and other African peoples to use their cattle for meat except on festive occasions, greater than 310. Shin paid by such peoples to twisting the horns of their cattle into grotesque shapes than to their economic utility, pigs tabooed in Egypt, pigs in Melanesia used for social prestige without noticeably adding to mass subsistence, horses not milked in Europe, old men scorned among the Lapps but revered among the Chukchi. Even though both cultures depend on herding reindeer for their subsistence. Lowy quit early on a grand scale. 50 years later we are beginning to see how much he missed and how misleading his eclecticism often turns out to be. Much of the work of cultural materialism has been carried out as a rejoinder to Lowy's premature conclusions. Yet as an eclectic, Lowy was convinced that causal relationships of a limited sort could be found among the different sectors of socio-cultural systems. He viewed ethnology as a wholly objective discipline searching for epistemologically purified causality and finding it in the demonstration of functional relationships. But that is not all. Despite his vehement rejection of economic determinism as a strategy, Lowy actually believed the economic factors were the most important source of functional and causal relationships. In his last major publication he pointed out the potency of economic forces, not in abstract, which is hardly necessary nowadays, but by suggesting that certain specific changes in economic life have led to specific modifications in social life, even affecting sentimental attitudes, 1948. Without using the precise phrase, Lowy, as much as Goody, could pay lip service to the final instance of New Wave Marxists. As the eminent French scholar Henry C. has remarked, it is difficult to unravel the tangle of causes and effects in history, but in the infinite sea of historical events economic determinism has helped to furnish us with a guiding thread which keeps us from being lost. Ibid 24. So we see that by structural Marxist standards, even Robert Lowy could pass as a Marxist. The eclecticism of Chairman Mao. Little could the Boasians have surmised that their eclectic qualifications of the role of infrastructure in history would one day be touted as the unique intellectual contribution of Karl Marx and Mao Zedong. As one stated during the discussion of structural Marxism, p. 229, eclecticism carried out in the name of Marx remains eclecticism. The degeneration of Marxism into eclecticism cannot be prevented by uttering secular pieties on behalf of the principle that infrastructure is determinative in the final instance. As in the case of Lowy and Jack Goody, non-Marxists as well as Marxists can invoke the principle that infrastructure is the guiding thread or final instance. Marxists who adhere to the same final instance of infrastructural determinism have a political and ideological stake in insisting that it is an important principle. It is frequently their sole link to the Marxist pantheon. In practice, however, the final instance often makes as little difference for the conduct of Marxist research and the corpus of Marxist theories as it does for the research and theories of such frankly bourgeois eclectics as George Foster who deny it outright. A dramatic example of the convergence of Marxist eclecticism and bourgeois eclecticism is to be found in the work of Mao Zedong and his followers. Like Franz Boas, George Foster, and Oscar Lewis, and structural Marxists, the Maoists insist that any part of the socio-cultural system may achieve causal dominance. They reject the extreme voluntarism that arises from too great an emphasis on superstructural factors, but at the same time they reject the mechanical determinism that arises from too great a stress on ethics and infrastructure. For example, in his essay on contradiction, Mao indicated that dialectical contradictions at every level of organization had to be given equal weight. Some people think that this is not true of certain contradictions. For instance, in the contradiction between productive forces and the relations of production, the productive forces are the principal aspect. In the contradiction between theory and practice, practice is the principal aspect. In the contradiction between the economic base and the superstructure, the economic base is the principal aspect, and there is no change in their respective positions. This is a mechanical materialist conception, not the dialectical materialist conception. Mao, 1966:58. According to Andrew Valder, 1977:158, Mao's great contribution to social theory is that the economic basis of human society must be transformed simultaneously with the superstructure. Mao has consistently asserted that ideological and superstructural change cannot be sustained without an underlying change in the relations of product. Eclecticism 311. And, simultaneously, that changes in the relations of production cannot be sustained without attitudinal and superstructural change. For Mao, there exists a reciprocal relationship between the two, indicating a Marxian conception of society as a densely interrelated, organic structure, with social factors scarcely separable. Walder's elaboration of this Marxian organic conception of society deserves our careful attention. The economic base no more causally determines human consciousness than human consciousness causally determines the economic base. Instead, a dense structure exists, with a change in any one of the aspects of the structure necessitating a shift in the relations of all the aspects and patterns, even changing the nature of the structure as a whole. An insensitivity to the difficulties inherent in Marx's use of concepts and definitions leads to an interpretation of Marx that sees causation between separate social factors if, perhaps, with some secondary, vestigial reaction rather than mutual interaction between the densely interrelated aspects of a single conceptual structure. This first interpretation accounts for the economic determinism of orthodox Marxism. Walder, 1977:132. Walder is correct when he insists that Maoism does not add up to voluntarism. For it to do so, Mao would have had to stress the causal priority of superstructure over infrastructure, and of emics over ethics. But Walder seems unaware of the fact that the organic position lying between cultural materialism and cultural idealism has long been preempted by some of the bitterest enemies of the Chinese Revolution. The notion that all the parts of socio-cultural systems are equally determinative of each other is a prescription for theoretical chaos as much for Marxists as for anyone else. There is as little room in the social sciences for the idea that all parts of socio-cultural organisms interact equally, as there is room in physiology for the belief that all parts of a plant or animal are equally vital for the maintenance of life functions. Applied to the human body, eclectic interaction licenses the surgeon to cut off a hand as readily as a barber would shave a beard. Applied to China, eclecticism produced equally bizarre results. With Mao's death, the common ground shared by Maoism, structural Marxism, and bourgeois eclecticism ceased to be something that only vulgar materialists and Soviet propagandists could recognize. The Chinese themselves, at the highest levels, now condemn the idea that superstructure is as important as infrastructure for the success of their 312 revolution, although they have sloughed the responsibility for this error from Mao himself to his wife and the other members of the scapegoat gang of four. As stated in the Peking Review, it is obviously wrong to maintain the view that continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat is confined only to the superstructure. The productive forces are the most active and revolutionary factors, whether they are developed or not determines what the relations of production will be. The reaction of the superstructure on the economic base finds expression basically in either promoting or holding back the development of the latter. To judge whether those things in the superstructure, politics and the party's leadership included, promote or hold back social development, we have to take into consideration whether they promote or hold back the development of the social productive forces and whether they help resolve the contradictions between the productive forces and the relations of production. The superstructure cannot bypass the mode of production and play a decisive role in directly pushing society forward. Only when the productive forces develop and the relations of production move forward can society advance in a decisive manner. Whether the leading role of the superstructure is good or bad hinges on whether it conforms to the laws governing economic activities and promotes the development of the productive forces. Wu Chang, 1978:6. The Chinese people may have paid dearly for Mao's eclecticism. Believing that superstructure was as important as infrastructure for the birth of a communist society, Mao sent his scientists into the fields to learn manual skills. He substituted propaganda and self-criticism for material rewards as a means of increasing productivity. he squandered resources and labor power by inviting the masses to opt for political agitation as an alternative to technological advance. But according to China's new leaders, the hoped-for birth of communist man in the form of a selfless revolutionary mass has not yet taken place. The new leaders accept the fact that to complete the transformation of China, the transformation of the ethic and behavioral infrastructure must take precedence over the waving of little red books and the chanting of anti-Confucian ditties. Thus, post-Mao political ideology has backed off rapidly from the eclecticism that lay behind the feudal cultural revolutions of the 1960s in the West as well as in China. Perhaps the fad of Marxist eclecticism is about to end in Euro-communist circles as well. But it remains to be seen whether the new leaders of China will. Eclecticism 313. Have the courage to give due consideration to Marx and Wittfogel's warnings concerning the influence of China's immense hydraulic infrastructure on the future structure of the state's managerial bureaucracy, Fried, 1978a. 314. Obscurantism. Obscurantism is a research strategy whose aim is to subvert the possibility of achieving a science of human social life. Obscurantists deny the applicability of scientific research principles to the study of divergent and convergent socio-cultural phenomena. Their aim orientation is to increase rather than decrease the semblance of disorder in the socio-cultural realm and to cast doubt on all existing scientific theories without providing plausible scientific alternatives. All non-scientific strategies are not necessarily obscurantist. As I said earlier, there are domains of experience, knowledge of which cannot be achieved by scientific research. The ecstatic knowledge of mystics and saints, the visions and hallucinations of drug users and schizophrenics, and the aesthetic insights of artists, poets, and musicians are certainly not obscurantist merely because they are not based on scientific research principles. The issue of obscurantism arises only when knowledge obtained through non-scientific means is deliberately used to cast doubt on the authenticity of scientific knowledge within the domain suitable for scientific inquiry. To be obscurantist, in other words, a research strategy must be anti-scientific rather than merely non-scientific. On the popular level, obscurantism has acquired many of the features of a social movement. Standards, inclinations, and attitudes as associated with a large number of convergent non-scientific interests implicitly or explicitly deny the feasibility or utility of a science of social life. Obscurantism is an important component in the emics of astrology, witchcraft, messianism, hippiedom, fundamentalism, cults of personality, nationalism, ethnocentrism, and 100 other contemporary modes of thought that exalt knowledge gained by inspiration, revelation, intuition, faith, or incantation as against knowledge obtained in conformity with scientific research principles. Philosophers and social scientists are implicated both as leaders and as followers in the popular success of these celebrations of non-scientific knowledge, and in the strong anti-scientific components they contain. 316. Phenomenological obscurantism. One of the most fecund sources of contemporary obscurantist attitudes in the social sciences is phenomenology, the Neo-Kantian philosophy founded by Edmund Husserl. Like other Neo-Kantians, especially Heinrich Rickert, Wilhelm Windelband, and Wilhelm Dilthey, Husserl sought to draw a sharp line between the physical and social sciences, between the Naturwissenschaften and the Geisteswissenschaften or Kulturwissenschaften, i.e., between the natural sciences and the sciences of the human mind or culture. Husserl proposed that ordinary natural science cannot be applied to socio-cultural life because social acts involve a property not present in other sectors of the universe, namely, the property of meaning. According to Husserl, meaning can only be understood subjectively. Hence, to understand social acts, one must understand what they mean as a subjective, lived experience. By assuming that the subjective experiences of others are similar to one's own, observers can draw analogies between their own intentions and goals and those of other actors, and in this way begin to explain social life. Husserl's philosophy, transmitted through the writings of Alfred Schutz, 1967, form the foundation for the cognitivist obscurantist strategies known as ethnomethodology and symbolic interactionism. At the beginning of the century, anthropology had already come under the influence of the Neo-Kantian movement. Generations of Bayesian fieldworkers accepted the phenomenological demarcation of the human sciences and saw their primary mission to be that of finding out how natives think. In an attenuated form, therefore, the emic bias of phenomenology has always been an integral part of idealist strategies. Phenomenology is also perfectly continuous with the Durkheim-Parsons-Weber notion of social action and with the main currents of cognitive idealism as discussed in Chapter 9. Phenomenologists agree with Talcott-Parsons that social action and emic goals are indissoluble. As Parsons has emphasized, the very notion of an action requires the idea of the actor's end or purpose. That is, for an action to be perceived, purpose and meaning must be perceived. Thus a change in the perceived meaning or purpose entails a change in the action that is perceived. Wilson, 1970:67, fn. Phenomenologists deny the possibility that etic behavior stream actions are worth studying independently of the actor's meaning or purpose. Social actions are meaningful actions, that is, they must be studied and explained in terms of their situations and their meanings to the actors themselves. Jack Douglas, 1970:4. Thus, phenomenology shares a common starting point with other idealist and emic approaches. But it relentlessly drives toward sectarian conclusions many idealists are not prepared to accept. Combining their commitment to the lived experience with an attack on positivism, phenomenologists reject the possibility of separating observers from the observed. Observation is itself to be approached as a lived experience in which the subjective meanings of both observer and participant are constantly reflected on. Moreover, the participant observer can never find the truth of the lived experience, apart from the consensus about such things found in the community in which the observer participates. Truths are always relative and social. Truth is never a feature of the sensations of a discrete individual, it is always to be recognized in the knowledge of members of communities. Silverman, 197,575, truths are always recognized as, the system of intelligibility of a community. Truths are always for and within a community. Ibid, 77. Obscurantism 317. At first reading, this assertion about the social nature of truth appears to be quite reasonable and innocuous. W. Ho would deny that truths are always established in conformity with socially specified rules of accountability and significance. Science itself is clearly nothing but a system of intelligibility of a community. But in the strategy of phenomenology, the social nature of truth has profoundly obscurantist implications. Since phenomenology equates social action with the emics of mental and behavioral phenomena, thereby denying the knowability of etic behavioral and mental events, the insistence on the social nature of truth reduces to the proposition that socio-cultural theories are true only to the extent that they are reflections of the system of intelligibility of the people being studied. This differs from and is antagonistic to the cultural materialist strategy for coping with the social nature of scientific theory. Cultural materialism grants that scientific truth is a social product, but it denies that the corpus of scientific theory necessarily differs from culture to culture. The community that establishes the authenticity of scientific theories is not a community of participants in any given culture, but rather the transcultural community of scientific observers. For this community, as for the communities in the phenomenologist's formula, emic truths must be viewed relativistically, altering with each culture's system of intelligibility. But for this community the realm of socio-cultural truths is not exhausted by emics, there are also etic truths, and these do not alter in conformity with each culture's system of intelligibility. Rather, they alter only in conformity with the agreed-upon data collection and theory testing procedures of the community of scientific observers. Thus phenomenology, like other varieties of cultural idealism, conflicts with cultural materialism because phenomenologists deal only with emic phenomena. but the conflict goes deeper and is less amenably to solution than in the case of cognitivism, since the phenomenologists insist that the etic behavior stream is unreal or completely subordinate to the reality of each culture's system of knowing. Inherent in this approach is a capacity for boundless confusion and deception about the nature of human social problems. Whereas other idealist strategies merely ignore or misrepresent the causes of poverty, sexism, and other central dilemmas of human social life, phenomenological idealism denies that such causes exist. By reducing and confining all socio-cultural events to the motivations and plans of immediate experience and communal consensus, phenomenology eventually even leads to the denial of the existence of socio-cultural systems and of the universal components of such systems, such as infrastructure, structure, or superstructure. For many phenomenologists, such things as ruling classes, imperialist powers, capitalism, or socialism also have no existence apart from the Commune 318. Ties of participant observers who happen to believe in them. Processes such as evolution, adaptation, and exploitation are also unreal. Phenomenologists dismiss such entities and processes as reifications. The only social reality worth talking about is the everyday lived experience in which individuals encounter one another and interact in terms of arbitrary symbols and conventional meanings. The task of social science is to penetrate and explicate these symbols and meanings, nothing more. Obscurantism 319. The Phenomenology of Don Juan. Carlos Castaneda's widely read books about the alleged lived experience of Don Juan, a Yaqui Indian shaman, exemplify the obscurantist consequences of phenomenology. At the University of California in Los Angeles, Castaneda studied under the ethnomethodologist Harold Garfinkel, in turn a student of Alfred Schutz mentioned above. Garfinkel 1967, who was on Castaneda's dissertation committee at the University of California at Los Angeles, is famous for experiments designed to prove that the essence of social reality consists of conventional meanings attached to everyday activities by communal consensus. The experiments consisted of having students board buses and decline to pay the fare, or having them go home and sit at the dinner table and refuse to pass the salt. Inspired by his phenomenological mentors, Castaneda resolved to do fieldwork that would involve him in the symbols and conventional meanings of a lived experience entirely different from that of Western social reality. The Yaqui Indians provided Castaneda with a suitably exotic context for studying the separate reality of another culture, especially as he singled out and sought to penetrate and participate in the most exotic aspect of this culture, the activities and thoughts of the community of Yaqui sorcerers and shamans. To a certain point, therefore, Castaneda's phenomenological journey merely qualifies as a typical cultural idealist study of the mental superstructure. An exclusive preoccupation with mental and emic superstructure adds up to an ineffectual, stunted, and scientifically undesirable strategy, but it does not necessarily add up to an obscurantist strategy. The obscurantism of Castaneda's approach arises from his presentation of the emic reality associated with shamanic consciousness as a challenge to the legitimacy of the epistemological principles upon which science is based. Castaneda reports that Yaqui shamans believe they can fly through the air, change into animals, kill an adversary by sorcery, and see through opaque objects. None of this is news. Many anthropologists have provided vivid accounts of shamanistic exploits without becoming national celebrities and without being accused of obscurantism. Castaneda's account differs from the others because he tells his story from the inside, deliberately letting the emics and his own subjective feelings dominate the narrative. The aim of the narrative is to get the reader to participate in the shaman's system of intelligibility and thereby to demonstrate that reality is the creature of social consensus. If we can be persuaded to participate in the shamanic consensus, we will believe that shamans can fly. Just as we will believe drug-induced hallucinations when they are happening to us. The influence of Garfinkel's phenomenology is apparent in the little-read technical addenda to Castaneda's first book, The Teachings of Don Juan. Castaneda here portrays his apprenticeship to Don Juan as a search for the validating consensus that converts the non-ordinary component element of his experiences from illusion to reality. In other words, if two people have the same fantasy, it is no longer a fantasy. Since these non-ordinary component elements were not subject to ordinary consensus, their perceived realness would have been only an illusion if he had been incapable of obtaining agreement on their existence. For Castaneda, the special consensus came from the Sorcerer himself. In Don Juan's teachings, special consensus meant tacit or implicit agreement on the component elements of non-ordinary reality. This special consensus was not in any way fraudulent or spurious, such as the one two persons might give each other in describing the component elements of their individual dreams. The special consensus Don Juan supplied was systematic. With the acquisition of the systematic consensus, the actions and the elements perceived in non-ordinary reality became consensually real. 1969:232. Eventually, through a process by which Don Juan put Castaneda into the proper state of mind, 100-foot gnats and man-sized butterflies ceased to be illusions. They became instead another reality, another ordinary reality, for the classifications ordinary and for non-ordinary became meaningless for me. There was another separate but no longer unordinary realm of reality, the reality of special consensus. Ibid 25:320. To expose the flaw in Castaneda's phenomenological exercise, I should like to compare the expository technique of the Don Juan books with that of an even more compelling phenomenological account rendered in another medium, that of the classic Japanese movie Rashomon. In this movie the viewer witnesses 4 different versions of the same scene. The principal actors are a man, his wife, a stranger, and an onlooker hidden in the bushes. Each of the actors narrates a different version of the lived experience, and each version appears on the screen as the lived reality. Manly heroism in one version is abject cowardice in another, chastity in one is carnal heat in another, magnanimity in one is brutality in another, and so on. Each narrative unfolds as a graphic, vivid reality, and the audience is left on its own to decide which version, if any, actually represents the event, or indeed, if there ever was an event to begin with. For a cultural materialist there are only 2 possible solutions of Rashomon: one's contradictions and ambiguities. One of the versions is ethically correct and the others are false, or they are all ethically false. For the phenomenologist there is a third solution: all versions are equally true. This third possibility arises because in the phenomenological strategy, there is no way to distinguish etic from emic events. If the participants are not lying, then what they saw within their system of intelligibility must be accepted as true. The very fact that Rashomon, or Don Juan, can be presented as a problem of multiple truths, however, proves that the problem of which version, if any, is true can be solved. In order to convince the audience that truth is relative to consensus, the filmmaker actually obtains a consensus concerning the truth of what the camera sees during each version. The camera shows vividly and unequivocally that there is a seduction, a rape, a murder, a duel, and so forth. These events are the analogues of etic events in the strategy of cultural materialism. Since it is possible to obtain a consensus about what happened in each episode, even though each version contradicts the others, one must conclude that a filmmaker could have filmed the actual event and achieved the same kind of consensus. Such a film would not constitute the whole truth, but it would provide us with a sound basis for deciding which one of the other versions was most nearly correct or whether they were all equally false. Except by trickery or incompetence, a camera could never show them all to be equally true. Of course I am aware that a filmed version of an event involves selective viewing, and that interpretations of pictures, like interpreta. Obscurantism 321. Tions of lived scenes, are influenced by a person's total perceptual and cognitive framework. Yet one does not need to obtain the total and absolute truth about a scene in order to refute the obscurantist claim that contradictory versions of scenes may all be equally true. The fallacy involved here is a variant of the search for empirical certainty discussed in Chapter 1. It does not follow from our inability to obtain absolutely certain knowledge that all knowledge is equally uncertain. By using recording devices under explicitly operationalized conditions, the community of scientific observers can get closer to what happened ethically even though they may never get to the absolute final truth. Cultural materialism is committed to getting closer and closer to this etic reality, phenomenology is committed to getting further and further away from it. 32a. Again, does it matter? No one can object to Castaneda's artful presentation of the different reality of shamanic consensus. Unfortunately, however, his attempt to get closer to the emics of the shamanic world is shackled to a mischievous attempt to mystify what was happening while he was cultivating the shamanic consciousness. In fact, there is so little about the etic who, what, when, where of Castaneda's experiences in his books that substantial doubts arise as to whether or not Don Juan exists, doubts which Castaneda has never taken the trouble to dispel. Time, 1973, Harris, 1974:246 feet, Beals, 1978, New West, January 29, 1979. Internal inconsistencies in the chronologies of the earlier and later volumes, the absence of a Yaqui vocabulary, the close parallel between Castaneda's visionary experiences and those reported in other works on shamanism, testimony of his ex-wife, friends, and colleagues, and Castaneda's failure to defend himself against the accusation that he deceived his PhD committee at UCLA, make it very unlikely that Castaneda was ever an apprentice to Don Juan, DeMille, 1976. This is not to assert that Castaneda's knowledge of shamanism in a more general sense is defective, nor that his vivid descriptions of shamanic consciousness are without redeeming value. Castaneda probably has much first-hand as well as literary knowledge of shamanic practices, and he has communicated that knowledge in a uniquely effective manner. The only problem is that without the etic context, we do not know whose system of intelligibility is represented. We cannot rule out the possibility that Castaneda never interviewed any Yaqui Indian shaman, and that the apparent authenticity of his shamanic experiences derive entirely from his own shamanic gifts and literary and imaginative powers. Since Castaneda shows no interest in defending himself against this speculation, many of his admirers have been obliged to consider the question of whether it matters to them if the Don Juan stories are fact or fiction. Professor David Silverman, 1975-11, lecturing in the Department of Sociology at UCLA, had no problem disposing of this issue. It does not matter to me in the least whether any or all of the events reported by Castaneda ever took place, just as it does not matter to Levi Strauss if his book on myths is itself a kind of myth, p. 169. Levi Strauss rationalizes his indifference to fact or fiction on the basis of his conviction that his own mind works the same as any Indian's mind. Silverman rationalizes his indifference on the ground that any phenomenological account is interesting in its own right. Castaneda's books are a phenomenological account or a text. Since truth is always relative to a system of intelligibility, there is always an invented imaginative, or fictional component in such texts. Text is not a construction, asks Silverman. Going one step further, the novelist and literary critic Ronald Suknick sees everything that happens as a story or a story of a story, and so forth. And stories are neither true nor false, only persuasive or unreal. This has been the great revelation inspired equally by Zen, the Book of the Dead, witch lore, Sufism, various Eastern disciplines, Western mystical tradition, Jungian speculations, Wilhelm Reich and Carlos Castaneda. All versions of reality are of the nature of fiction. There's your story and my story, there's the journalist's story and the historian's story, there's the philosopher's story and the scientist's story. Our common world is only a description. Reality is imagined. Suknick, 1976:113. This invitation to intellectual suicide returns us full circle to the epistemological anarchism of Paul Feyerabend, another one of Castaneda's admirers. The rebuttal of Suknick, like the rebuttal of Feyerabend, SECP 22, comes in two parts, intellectual and moral. Let me attend to the intellectual part first. Does Suknick seriously believe that all obscurantism 323 versions of reality are fictions? If so, then he believes his version of reality is a fiction. Since he believes that everything he says is a fiction, including what he says about reality, only a fool would believe such a man about anything. More astonishing than the intellectual obscurantism of phenomenology is its moral opacity. Morality is the acceptance of principled responsibility for the way in which one's actions or lack of actions affect the well-being of other members of the human species. The absolute precondition for any kind of moral judgment is our ability to identify who did what to whom, when, where, and how. The doctrine that all fact is fiction and that all fiction is fact is a morally depraved doctrine. It is a doctrine that conflates the attacked with the attacker, the tortured with the torturer, and the killed with the killer. It is true that at Dachau there was the SS's story, and the prisoner's story, and that at My Lai, there was Callie's story and there was the kneeling mother's story, and that at Kent State there was the guardsman's story and the story of the students shot in the back, 500 feet away. Only a moral cretin would wish to maintain that all these stories could be equally true. 324. Obscurantism as radicalism. A strategy that obliterates the distinction between what happened in history or what is happening now and what people think or say happened in history or is happening now can only serve the interests of classes and nations that have the most to hide concerning their etic performances. Yet phenomenological relativism satisfies many of its enthusiasts primarily because they regard it as a radicalizing and liberating point of view. During the 1960s, the California phenomenologists even thought of themselves as members of a sociological underground. Jack Douglas, 1970, 32 FN 39. They saw phenomenology as a radical movement because it challenges positivism's claim to God's truth. Phenomenology reduces the stance of the establishment's scientific absolutist objectivity to a mere arbitrary subjective experience among other arbitrary subjective experiences. It destroys the myth of value-free science by exposing the value-laden presuppositions of social scientists and their unauthorized questionnaires and surveys. It liberates the observed from the types, rubrics, and categories into which. Obscurantism 325. The bogus technocrats heartlessly seek to cram everybody but themselves. Hence phenomenology appeals to many anthropologists who are dissatisfied with the status quo, and who identify with the aspirations of oppressed minorities, the young, and the Third World. The phenomenological stance represents for them a means of attacking the inequities of corporate industrialism and the technocratic establishment. Rational, disciplined, empirical, objective knowledge symbolizes the enemy. Science is a capitalist machine which must be smashed in order to restore knowledge to the service of humanity. Paul and Rubinow, 1976. This Luddite impulse is well exemplified in the apocalyptic writings of the anthropologist Kurt Wolff, 1972:113. According to Wolff, the great inventions of science and technology have induced us to use them for controlling, manipulating, exploiting ourselves and everything else. Therefore anthropologists ought to join the largely instinctive effort of young men and women, hippie flower children's confrontations of war by love. And the other chief group of critics of our society, the militant blacks and representatives of the Third World, Ibid, 115. According to Wolff, these two groups constitute the main hope for us of entering history, of realizing in knowledge, rather than in primitive innocence of it, worth, mana, power, grace, pneuma. Ibid, 115. Wolff's article displays a strong sense of mission, but an even better sense of fantasy. This alliance, hippies, blacks, third world critics, and radical anthropologists, that is to say, we constitute the vanguard of history and must diffuse the worth we remember, so that others, too, remember their own, lest all that we, are left with be violence. Wolff admits that his vanguard, we, may not exactly know who it is, what it is doing, or what it wants to do. But this does not shake his conviction that it is both radical and anthropological. Ignorance somehow seems to portend a redemption to be acquired through knowledge at some future date. Although Wolff admits that he does not know how to resolve current political problems, He claims his analysis is pre-political to the extent and in the sense that the maximal suspension of received notions is the precondition of knowing what we must do. 326. Whatever this may be, and so on to the manifesto that will set us free. Men of critical mind and goodwill, we everywhere, must unite, for we realize that we may very well have nothing to lose but our lives. Ibid. 115. Wolf sees ranks of flower children, blacks, Cubans, Chinese, American Indians, and radical anthropologists marching through the cities, arm in arm into the future. No matter that there are others who see nothing but empty streets. By encouraging the belief that the subjective experience of shamanism, witchcraft, and transcendental meditation are just as valid and true as the objective truths of social science, many conservative presuppositions about social life are indeed cast into doubt. But the belief that the resulting state of intellectual anarchy and paralysis of socio-cultural theory can make a significant contribution to the organization of political movements capable of radically transforming ethic structures and infrastructures is the ultimate fantasy of exhausted, bewildered, and put upon people. The creation of a purely emic social science and the glorification of subjectivity is indeed a harbinger of change, but scarcely the kind of change that the radical anthropologist flower children want to bring about. Rather, it presages and is actually being accompanied by a fragmentation of radical political power, deepening isolation, alienation, retreatism, strengthening of the apparatus of police-military control and of the military-industrial complex, and increased danger of foreign adventures leading to nuclear confrontation. Blowing out the candle. Having reached the conclusion that a completely objective social science is impossible, radicals find themselves hard put to justify their own identities as social scientists. If anthropologists are not objective scientists pursuing the truth wherever it may be found, then what are they? According to an increasing number of Third World critics, the answer is that they are agents of Euro-American capitalism and colonialism. The involvement of U.S. anthropologists in various government-sponsored anti-communist and anti-socialist research projects, C.F.W. Wolf and Jorgensen, 1970, Horowitz, 1967, Berman et al., 1968, Goff, 1973, and the protests against anthropological findings by Third World peoples themselves, C.F. Magubane, 1971, Cooper, 1973, Deloria, 1969, Willis, 1972, leave no doubt as to the direct or indirect complicity of obscurantism. 327. Many anthropologists in the exploitative and repressive aspects of capitalism and Western colonialism. For the antipositivist, phenomenologically inclined radicals, therefore, the choice seems to be very limited indeed. Either one is an oppressor, exploiter, or spy, part of the problem, or one is a partisan in the struggle for liberation, a part of the solution. For when numbers of subordinated societies begin to identify the anthropologist per se as one of their oppressors rather than as one of their liberators, as an exploiter rather than an enlightener, as a spy rather than a scientist, and as part of the problem rather than part of the solution, anthropologists as individuals should consider undertaking a visionary quest of their own that might lead them to their own personal revitalizations. Clemmer, 1972:244. In effect, what some anthropologist radicals are proposing is this: be partisan and identify with the people one studies, in the absence of, or even in defiance of, an objective scientific justification of the choice one has made. Counterculture enthusiasts such as Kurt Wolff would even have us believe that anthropologists can improve the prospects for global peace and harmony by making non-objective instinctual commitments, as if less conflict will result as soon as more people discover how to be properly militant in the pursuit of narrow ethnic and nationalistic self-images. But the choice is not quite so restricted. It is true that complete objectivity is a will-o'-the-wisp. There will never be a perfect solution to the Rashomon problem, nor will a state of pure political neutrality ever be attained by those who carry out research on human subjects. It is shamefully true that social science for the most part has favored the interests of capitalists and imperialists at the expense of peasants and minorities. But one do not hold that the conservative consequences of scientific research result from the fact that anthropologists tried too much to be objective. The solution to the Rashomon problem, and to the problem of political ideological bias, is not to abandon one's attempt to be scientific but to attempt to overcome subjective limitations by being more scientific. The phenomenological obscurantists would have us believe that no objectivity is better than a little objectivity. They blow out the candle and praise the dark. 328. Reflexive obscurantism. It is far easier to say what is wrong with narrow-minded versions of positivism and empiricism than to propose a workable alternative. Robert Skold, 1972:435, for example, holds that positivistic scientism can never hope to be entirely value-free and transcultural, and that its naive, uncritical application may either simply hide ideological presuppositions or unwittingly generate reactionary political consequences. True enough. But what is the alternative? For Skold, it is something called reflexive and critical anthropology. What does this mean? This would mean that every procedural step in the constitution of anthropological knowledge is accompanied by radical reflection and epistemological exposition. Lbid 44I. Nice sounding words these, but useless for defining and evaluating any particular research strategy. The more Skold insists on being reflexive, the more murky his reflex ions. Anthropological studies, he insists, should be radically contextual, immanently dialectical, genuinely comparative, emphatically motivated, normative, evaluative, liberating, Ibid 437. Like the phenomenologists, Skold believes that man, in contrast to all other phenomena in the universe, can be done justice to only by surrender and catch or invention. Rather than by customary varieties of describing, defining, or reducing to instances of generalization, Wolff, quoted in Skold, 1972:438. Yet Skold recoils from the prospect of a completely phenomenological and relativist picture of the world. Reflection and critique, he warns, should not constitute the whole of anthropology. Whatever the paradigmatic limitations of anthropological activity may be, they still provide us with important ethnographic information and significant ethnological generalizations. In sum, a reflexive and critical stance is a necessary though not a sufficient condition for an encompassing anthropology. Ibid. 1443. Obscurantism 329. Since the objectivity of scientism is anathema to Skold, it soon becomes apparent that he has nothing objective or even definite to say about how reflections and critiques carried out by different anthropologists operating with conflicting strategic principles are to be evaluated. All he knows is that we ought to have humane, emancipatory principles and standards, though he hasn't yet figured out what this means. Still, the process of comparative differentiation and discrimination does not itself suggest any compelling criteria for critical judgment. If these are to be found at all, I would advocate that we seek them in the normative and emancipatory interests of anthropological praxis, that is the degree to which anthropological activity violates or sustains pertinent life-preserving values and in the extent to which it inhibits or realizes human freedom. I am painfully aware of the fact that this is more easily said than done. Also admit that have not as yet arrived at any satisfactory substantive definitions for these crucially important interests. Ibid 1446, italics added. Lest it be imagined that I have vindictively lifted this admission out of context, permit me to quote again, from the concluding paragraph of the same article. In what would the normative interest of a self-reflexive and critical anthropology lie? As one have said, I have no satisfactory reply. Ibid 1449. Skold is convinced that we ought to pay heed to the principles of a self-reflexive and critical anthropology even though he himself doesn't know what they are. Praxis as obscurantism. Having committed themselves to the total destruction of the positivist bourgeois science truth machine, obscurantists obviously cannot avail themselves of scientific standards and principles to define the reflexive, critical, dialectical, and radical activities which they would like anthropologists to engage in. They cannot admit that the reflexive and critical discipline they seek might be science itself, the bourgeois truth machine, redesigned to work better rather than smashed to pieces to work not at all. On the other hand, they are loath to admit that their political, ethical, and aesthetic partisanship rests purely on self-interest 330. Or worse, that it is merely a matter of irrational preference. Obscurantism arises here in its most deadly form from the attempt to hedge all of these options in the name of the dialectical mix called praxis/in Stanley Diamond's, 1972:426, words. Clearly, the study of man can reconstitute itself only in the struggle against the civilized objectification of men, in their own society and elsewhere. Anthropologists who recognize this may now decide to turn to the arena in which the generality of men, notably peasants and primitives, the conventional objects of study, are now recreating themselves as subjects in the revolutionary dramas of our time. In accordance with their competence, these anthropologists are likely to declare themselves partisans in the movements for 1. National liberation, and 2. Socialism. If fieldwork remains possible for them, it will not be in the pursuit of their careers, but independently as amateurs, in order to learn, not to examine, in dynamic and possibly revolutionary circumstances. I regard this as an obscurantist program because it ignores the fact that national liberation and socialism must be objectified, i.e., defined scientifically as a presupposition of rational commitment. Given a sufficiently unobjectified series of definitions, agreement to struggle for freedom and equality can be found not only among the oppressed peasants and primitives but among their oppressors as well. It is obscurantism to gloss over the fact that national liberation does not necessarily lead to socialism and that socialism does not necessarily lead to national liberation. Furthermore, it is obscurantism to pretend that revolutionary dramas always have two and only two sides, namely, the liberators and the oppressors. This point is especially relevant in Diamond's case because of his well-known partisanship in support of the attempt by the Igbo people, the dominant ethnic faction in the secessionist state of Biafra, to secede from Nigeria. According to Diamond, 1970:25-26, the Igbos were the victims of Nigeria's northern establishment, while the Nigerian federal government was the aggressor. The Christian Igbos were genuinely interested in establishing a Nigerian national identity, but the Muslim-dominated North latched onto the concept of Nigerian unity only in order to destroy the Igbo, gaining thereby an illusory strength. So it is the Igbos, now the pariahs of Nigeria, who are helping others to construct the fiction of their own national identity. But the aggressor's sense of unity is almost always a fiction. It is the victim who learns the real name of the game. The federal government attacked the Igbos, those premature Nigerian Unitarians, in the name of unity and so generated an illusory strength, the strength of the aggressor who resents the faith that was invented by the victim and imposed on the others. One do not question Diamond's right as an anthropologist to make statements of this sort. I made similar pronouncements Harris, 1972 on behalf of Frelimo as a result of my fieldwork in the former Portuguese colony of Mozambique. I question is the right to make such statements in the name of dialectical praxis rather than in the name of objective truth. When misrepresentations of fact and errors of theory are being used to promote a particular political cause, anthropologists possessing more objective knowledge and better theories not only have the right but the strongest obligation to make their viewpoint known. But for anthropologists to take sides in this manner presupposes a very careful objectification of the issues, which means objectification of the people involved in the issues. Anything less than a total effort to assess the etic relationships and to separate them from the political ideological emics constitutes a betrayal of one's professional colleagues, no matter how much it may count as loyalty elsewhere. Before the outbreak of the Biafran War, Diamond found himself embroiled in a controversy with several Nigerians over his interpretation of treason trials that had taken place in western Nigeria. His adversaries accused him among other things of chiseling at truth to fit it into prefabricated molds. Ingenious attempt to falsify history. Unreliability as an objective scholar. Lacking an understanding of what truth is, Hook, 1967. Damnable ignorance of the true state of affairs. Unscrupulous political hireling. Professor of untruth. Unworthy of his claim as an anthropologist, Enyans, 1967, and so forth. Diamond, 1967.55, replied that the attacks were notable for their misinterpretations, irrelevancies, distortion, and inaccuracies. It never occurred to me to doubt that Diamond had indeed sincerely attempted to present a conventionally objective view of the history of those trials. But Diamond himself, by proposing that the truths of scientific anthropology are negated in praxis in the knowledge and in the actions of men, 1972:426, definitely goes out of his way to shake one's convictions about the value of trying to be objective about such things. It requires an act of intellectual masochism for one to believe in the objectivity of scholars who refuse to defend. Obscurantism 331-332. Objectivity. It is Diamond himself and not Anarchy or Enyans who has lately come to tell us that the issue of truth transcends the presentation of facts. 1972.413. And it is Diamond himself and not his critics who repeats the refrain of this chapter: any attempt at ethnology has, in short, to be a fiction, a constitution of reality, ibid. Now it is possible to reconcile both of these statements with the logico-empirical meaning of scientific objectivity. Truth does transcend the presentation of facts in the sense that facts collected under the auspices of some paradigms have greater theory value than facts collected under other auspices. And ethnology must be a constitution of reality in the sense that theories are abstract models that emphasize generalities at the expense of particularities. But I have no intention of entering such a defense on behalf of people who refuse to acknowledge that the search for objectively valid knowledge under the auspices of a scientific epistemology is the only possible way to avoid relativistic anarchy on the one hand, or ethnocentrism, nationalism, or something worse on the other. C.F. Kaplan, 1974, 1975. Business on the scale of history. Obscurantism is actually a more common strategic commitment than this chapter seems to suggest. Powerful obscurantist currents flow through many of the alternative strategies discussed in the previous chapters. The attacks on positivism launched by dialectical materialists, structuralists, and structural Marxists converge with those launched by phenomenologists. They contribute as much to a broad-based rejection of the possibility of a science of culture as do the outspoken advocates of epistemological anarchy, total relativism, and unanalyzed praxis. Of course, I do not mean to say that every rejection of a principle or theory congenial to cultural materialism counts as the advocacy of obscurantism. Rather, it is the general nature of the arguments advanced, especially their overwhelming negativity, that places many new wave Marxists and structuralists in the obscurantist camp. Let me illustrate this contention with some concluding remarks about the stance adopted by Marshall Sahlins toward cultural materialism. Sahlins, 1978, equates the overall view of cultural materialism with the bourgeois ethnocentric notion that culture is business on the scale of history. He bases this equation on the fact that cultural obscurantism 333. Materialism finds explanations for socio-cultural phenomena in the relative costs and benefits of alternative activities. Sahlins' idée fixe is that costs and benefits are the same as profit and loss and that they therefore are applicable only to cultures that economize in conformity with the formal categories of capitalism. This is consistent with Sahlins' advocacy of the substantivist position in the substantivist formalist debate, as discussed in Chapter 8. However, as I have already indicated, p. 236, the epistemological position of cultural materialism corresponds to neither side in that debate. The costs and benefits of cultural materialism are the etic behavioral costs and etic behavioral benefits of alternative innovations in reference to the biopsychological constants proposed on page 63. Although the precise quantitative operationalization of these costs and benefits presents a great challenge, rough approximations can easily be obtained in terms of such measures as rising or declining death rates, calorie and protein intake, incidence of disease, ratio of labor input to output, other energetic balances, amount of infanticide, casualties in war, and many other etic and behavioral indices. These etic costs and benefits clearly constitute categories distinct from price market econometric notions of profit and loss measured in monetary terms. They are relevant to a much broader set of concerns, namely, the more or less efficacious solution of infrastructural problems experienced by all human beings and all cultures. If a mere concern with efficacious solutions to the problems of production and reproduction is sufficient to characterize cultural materialists as bourgeois formalists, then Salins must also tar Marx and Engels with the same brush. Indeed, anyone who has a lively concern with the basic material conditions of human welfare emerges from Salins's analysis as a proponent of the Western business mentality. This is a distinction that businessmen East or West scarcely deserve. To get some meat. Salins does not stop at fantasizing the ideological implications of a science of culture rooted in the analysis of material costs and benefits. He also misrepresents the manner in which cultural material. Paul and Rubinow, 1976, also contend that an orientation toward practical mundane costs and benefits is bourgeois rationalism. They prefer to be impractical and irrational. Ism actually applies optimizing principles to the explanation of specific puzzles. From Salins's account, one would suppose that cultural materialism treats the costs and benefits of alternative innovations as if they were timeless options open to any society at any moment in its history. But the corpus of cultural materialist theory is evolutionistic. Particular sequences of intensifications and depletions are viewed as long-term involuntary processes, and specific optimizing alternatives are viewed as actionable only in a definite portion of that process. Neglect of the evolutionary context of cultural materialist theories leads Salins to misrepresent the cultural materialist explanation of Aztec cannibalism, first proposed in Harner, 1977. According to Salins, the point of my version of this theory, Harris, 1977a, is that in effect the Aztec ate people to get some meat. Salins omits is that both Harner and one insist that cannibalism was widely practiced in Mesoamerica before the Aztecs arrived in the Valley of Mexico, and that as part of the small-scale ritual sacrifice of prisoners of war it was probably almost universal among chiefdoms in both hemispheres. Contend further that as states developed, they usually reduced or eliminate human sacrifice, substituting animal for human victims, and that they invariably gave up the practice of eating prisoners of war. Our explanation for this trend is that it was part of the general tendency for successful expansionist states to adopt ecumenical religions. As discussed earlier, p. 109, these religions enhanced the ability of the state to incorporate defeated populations into the victor's political economy as peasants, serfs, or slaves. However, in the Aztec case, and as far as we know, only in the Aztec case, the state itself took over the earlier human sacrifice and cannibalism complex and made it the main focus of its ecclesiastical rituals. As the Aztecs became more powerful, they did not stop eating their enemies, instead, they ate more and more of them. At least 20,000 captives were immolated in 4 days at the dedication of the main Aztec temple in 1487, and by the beginning of the 16th century at least 15,000 to 20,000 people were being eaten per year in Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital, Hamer, 1977:119. Since the skulls of the victims in Tenochtitlan were placed on display racks after the brains were taken out and eaten, it was possible for the members of Hernando Cortez's expedition to make a precise count of one category of victims. They found that the rack contained 136,000 heads, but they were unable to count another group of victims whose heads were added to 2 tall towers made entirely of crania and jaw bones, ibid, 122. 334. Obscurantism 335. The scale of this complex bears no resemblance to any other Canibal complex before or since. The Aztec are a unique case, and they therefore demand a unique explanation. Solons, however, tries to lump the Aztec complex with instances of small-scale pre-state ritual cannibalism in Oceania and elsewhere. He distorts the problem from one of explaining Aztec cannibalism in particular to one of explaining cannibalism in general. What has to be explained is not why the Aztecs became cannibals but why they remained cannibals. Why, then, were the Aztecs unique? According to Harner, that the Aztec did not give up cannibalism because the faunal resources of the Valley of Mexico had become uniquely depleted. As a result of millennia of intensification and population growth, the central Mexican highlands were stripped of domesticable herbivores, swine and feral birds, fish and ungulates in numbers sufficient to supply significant amounts of animal protein per capita per year, Sanders, Santley, and Parsons. The few available domesticated species, birds and dogs, could not be raised in sufficient quantities to make up for the absence of cattle, sheep, goats, horses, pigs, guinea pigs, llamas, or alpacas. All other populous ancient states, including the Inca of Peru, possessed a variety of domesticated herbivores that were intensively exploited either for meat or for some other form of animal proteins, such as milk or cheese. This is not the place for a lengthy discussion of the biochemical and physiological advantages associated with animal versus plant sources of protein. It is sufficient to note that animal sources of protein in the form of milk or meat are universally valued over plant sources of protein and are everywhere given a central place in ecclesiastical redistributions, honorific feasts, and upper-class commissaries. Hindu India, the world center of vegetarian ideologies, is one of the world's largest consumers of milk and milk products. The reason for this is that proteins are essential not only for normal body function but for recuperation from infections and wounds. To make proteins, the human body needs 20 different kinds of amino acids. It can synthesize all but 8 or 9 of them, the so-called essential amino acids. To obtain these essential components from plants, one must eat large amounts of carefully balanced combinations of plant foods at the same meal. Meat, eggs, and other animal proteins, however, provide the essential amino acids in balance even when eaten in small quantities. The worldwide preference for animal protein therefore reflects an adaptive cultural and nutritional strategy. Any population that did not seek to maximize 336 its animal protein intake relative to that of neighboring populations would soon find itself physically smaller, less healthy, and less capable of recuperating from the trauma of disease and the wounds of combat. Cf. Scrimshaw, 1977. The theory advanced by Michael Harner and me is that the uniquely severe depletion of animal protein resources made it uniquely difficult for the Aztec ruling class to prohibit the consumption of human flesh and to refrain from using it as a reward for loyalty and bravery on the battlefield. It was of greater advantage to the ruling class to sacrifice, redistribute, and eat prisoners of war than to use them as serfs or slaves. Cannibalism therefore remained for the Aztecs an irresistible sacrament, and their state-sponsored ecclesiastical system tipped over to favor an increase rather than a decrease in the ritual butchering of captives and the redistribution of human flesh. The Aztec ruling class, unlike any government before or since, found itself waging war more and more not to expand territory but to increase the flow of edible captives. All of this bears little resemblance to the economistic fable concocted by Solons in which the Aztecs go to war to get some meat because it is cheaper for them to cook people than to eat beans. The critical optimized costs and benefits are those associated not only with the choice between two sources of protein but also with the choice between alternate modes of justifying ruling class hegemony in a severely depleted habitat at a definite moment in an evolutionary process. Solons' Aztec Arcadia. The above theory is based on the contention that the Valley of Mexico was a uniquely depleted habitat. Solons, however, not only rejects this contention, but makes the claim that the Valley of Mexico was a veritable protein paradise. He claims that of all the peoples in the hemisphere who practiced intensive agriculture, the Aztecs probably had the greatest natural protein resources. Hidden in this state. It is true, as Solins points out, that the Aztecs sometimes fattened up their prisoners before eating them, but that scarcely means that they were engaging in some final mismanagement of resources. They had to provide food only for the fattening, not for the rearing, of their victims. It is also true that the trunks of the victims were fed to animals in the zoo. But no one knows if the flesh was still on the bones, nor is the feeding of carnivores at the zoo at odds with the other amusements of the Aztec ruling class. Meant about greatest natural resources is the indisputable fact that the Aztecs had the least domesticated protein resources among the ancient states of either hemisphere. That is the crucial point, for it is an established archaeological, ecological, and plain common sense fact that hunting and non-maritime fishing cannot be sustained at high levels in the immediate vicinity of densely urbanized populations. Even village-level societies with densities below 2 or 3 persons per square mile require large reserve areas in order to sustain per capita animal protein intake at modest levels, say, 30 grams, or less than half of the current U.S. ration. In this perspective, Solins' contention that the 1,500,000 people who lived in the Valley of Mexico could have gotten an ample supply of meat from hunting is worth about as much as the suggestion that New York City could get its meat from deer captured in the Catskills. W. Sanders, R. Santley, and J. Parsons have studied the archaeological evidence for overkill and depletion in the Valley of Mexico for the period 1500 BC to 1500 AD. They estimate that at the beginning of this period deer meat contributed 13.5% of the calories in the diet. In Aztec times, overkill had become so acute that only 0.1% of calories could come from deer meat. They estimate that total meat from all wild sources could not have exceeded 0.3% of the annual requirement of calories. This works out to 0.6 grams of protein per capita per day. The idea that the lakes in the Valley of Mexico could have supplied significant amounts of fish protein per capita per year is no less incorrect. These lakes in pre-contact times were in large part swamps averaging less than 3 feet deep. At the lower elevations in the chain the water was too salty to drink, and during the dry season the surface area shrank considerably due to evaporation. The lakes bloomed with algae out of which the Aztecs made their famous scum cakes. These algae blooms themselves contradict the possibility that fish were abundant in the same water. According to Charles Gibson, 1964:340, in the early 17th century, the two most productive lakes were yielding over 1 million fish, none larger than 9 inches and most smaller. Tripling this number for the early 16th century, one arrives at a total of the equivalent of 2 herrings per capita per year, or about 12 grams of protein per day per capita. At 2,000 calories per capita, at 2 calories per gram of lean meat, and at 20% protein per gram of lean meat. Obscurantism 337-338. Next come the waterfowl. Solins says there were millions of ducks. Gibson, Ibid 1343, estimates that about 1 million ducks were taken annually in the 18th century. Since these were hunted with guns when the population of the Valley of Mexico was much smaller than in Aztec times, there is no reason to adjust Gibson's total upwards. That gives every Aztec something less than 3/4 of a duck per year. If we allow a generous 2 kilos undressed weight per duck, this yields about 1.0 grams of protein per capita per day. But the real worth of the Aztec Arcadia, we are told, lay in its invertebrates. The place was teeming with small wildlife, writes Solins, with bugs, grubs, and small red worms. And Solins again accuses me of bourgeois ethnocentrism for my failure to realize that such animalitos taste good to non-Westerners. Taste, however, is not in dispute, rather, it is the ability to recurrently harvest small, patchy, and trophically subordinate invertebrates on a scale sufficient to provide a dense urbanized population with significant amounts of animal protein. It is one thing to relish piquant morsels of witchetty grubs and snails as a supplement to meat and fish, it is quite another to make such fare one's primary source of animal flesh. Ordinarily people let the fish and the birds eat the worms, and then they eat the birds and the fish. The only sensible conclusion to be drawn from the fact that Aztecs ate more worms than anything else is that they had eaten up most of the birds and the fish, and having eaten up most of the birds and fish, they ate people as well. Salins thinks this shows that the Aztecs were an affluent society. This conclusion honors his concept of culture, but it dishonors the relentless efforts people have always had to make to satisfy nutritional needs. To further establish the point that the Aztec actually inhabited an environment rich in natural sources of protein, Salins declares there was no shortage of meat in the markets described by the Spanish, neglecting to add that Cortés was convinced that much of it was human meat. If they can't eat scum cakes, let them eat people. In places like Calcutta one also finds that for those who can afford it there is no shortage of anything. If one adds up all possible sources, exclusive of human flesh, it is difficult to see how the Aztecs could have gotten more than 2 or 3 grams of animal flesh per capita per year, or about half of the current animal protein ration in India. Nair and Vaidyanathan, 1978. If we assume that they got as much protein from the bugs and worms as they did from the ducks, then the total is as follows. Obscurantism 339. Against Salins's ducks, bugs, and scum cakes there is hard evidence from the chroniclers concerning devastating crop failures and famines. Between 1500 and 1519, the year of the arrival of Cortés, there were either famines or near famines in 1501, 1505, 1507, and 1515. The worst recorded famine occurred in the 15th century. It lasted from 1451 to 1456 and was followed by an intense period of warfare and prisoner sacrifice. Harner estimates that famines occurred on the average every 3 or 4 years. No scholar has ever questioned the reports of Aztec famines. Their occurrence discredits Salins's notions about the abundance of wildlife. Positivist cant. From the ardor with which Salins argues for abundance on the basis of the evidence for scarcity, one might suppose that he wishes to promote his own explanation of the Aztec puzzle. But Salins has no alternative explanation. The sole purpose of his unremittingly negative critique is to prove that Aztec culture is meaningful in its own right, a proposition to which one cannot object but which has no bearing on the question of whether or not Aztec cannibalism can be explained by cultural materialist theories. According to Salins, the fascinated contemplation of the richness of human sacrifice as the Aztec priests and their victims understood it alone defines the anthropologist's proper task. Indeed, Salins warns that if we persist in trying to learn something about the etic and behavioral conditions that create butcher priests skilled at yanking the hearts out of living people, we shall have to give up all anthropology. Why this should be so eludes me. I rather think it more likely that we shall have to give up anthropology once the idea gets around that Salins's constriction of anthropology to the emic and mental aspects of Aztec sacrifice exemplifies the true anthropological calling. No one can doubt that culture is meaningful in its own right, but many will doubt Salins's authorization for telling us what it meant to be dragged up the pyramid by the hair, even if it was magical hair, as he. Meat fish ducks animalitos 0.60.12 plus 10 plus 1.02.7 grams. Of course, this does not take into account the seasonality of many of these creatures, nor does it take into account the sharp differences in consumption privileges among the Aztec social classes. Proposes in a footnote to be bent back, spread-eagled and cut open. Salins claims it mattered to the victims whose screams ended 500 years ago that they were part of a sacrament and not just part of a meal. It is positivist cant/writes Salins, to impose Western categories such as cannibalism on these high holy rites. It wasn't cannibalism, he continues, it was the highest form of communion, as if communion is not also a Western concept, and as if labeling human sacrifice communion transubstantiates obsidian knives and human meat into things we can't recognize as being sharp and nutritious respectively. We should certainly try to understand why people think they behave the way they do, but we cannot stop at that understanding. It is imperative that we reserve the right not to believe their explanations. Most of all, we must reserve the right not to believe ruling class explanations. A ruling class that says it is eating some people out of concern for the welfare of all is not telling the whole story. An anthropology that can do no more than make that viewpoint seem plausible serves neither science nor morality. Aztec cannibalism was the highest form of communion for the eaters but not for the eaten. For the eaten, it was not only cannibalism but the highest form of exploitation. Even the bourgeoisie refrains from dining on its workers. If it be positivist cant to describe human relationships in such terms, long live positivism. If it be anthropology to struggle against the mystification of the causes of inequality and exploitation, long live anthropology. 340. The name of the came. One tempting answer to Pontius Pilate's "What is truth?" has always been that truth is whatever people can be persuaded to believe. If we stop to ponder the further question what persuades people to believe, sooner or later some impatient soul will answer power. The ability to make people believe is rooted in the ability to make people conform. Do we not hold that truth is constantly being created and recreated out of struggle? A recurrent resolution of obscurantism therefore does not lie in the power of argument but in guns, prisons, and torture. If the truth cannot be found, it is often imposed. According to the Marxist socialists Barry Hindus and Paul Q. Hurst, 1975:179, who believe that nothing which has happened or has existed in Asia or elsewhere can ever establish the legitimacy of concepts such as the Asiatic mode of production, historical truth is useless for praxis. Marxism, as a theoretical and a political practice, gains nothing from its association with historical writing and historical research. The study of history is not only scientifically but also politically valueless. Ibid 312. What matters is the present, not as an objective product of history but as current situation / the object of political struggle. History renders unrecognizable that which is the primary object of Marxist theoretical and political practice. It dislocates that necessary connection between theoretical analysis and politics which is the very core of Marxism, Ibid 1313. These are ominous words. If we capitulate to obscurantism in the name of political clarity, we capitulate to the brutalized visions of truth that exist in the minds of those sadistic few who know best how to persuade people to believe that fact is fiction and fiction is fact. Until such time as anthropologists reacquire some respect for scientific objectivity, and demonstrate that respect by distinguishing between behavior and thought, between emics and ethics, between empirical and non-empirical statements, between subjective and objective points of view, between fact and fiction, and between theory and practice until they stop indulging in rhetoric designed to inflame all parochial prejudices, justify any political whim, and mystify every material relationship, the name of their game will be the name of a new age of ignorance and a Zion. To assert as Alvin Goldcr, 1970:103, does, that objectivity is the compensation men offer themselves when their capacity to love has been crippled / is to deny that truth can be both the object and means of expressing love. To erect a barrier between truth and love is to wantonly degrade and limit human nature. There are many, but not enough, for whom objectivity is the path that leads to both.